So very good morning to everybody. We are so happy to see you all during this 19th Asia Clean Energy Forum. My name is Emin Zhu, the Deputy Country Director of ADB's Beijing office. And I used to be an energy person, so also for me, it's a great honor to be back to the headquarters and see all energy experts and as deemed speakers today. I will be your moderator for the first part of this morning's activity. First of all, thanks to ADB's SF committee, the Energy Group, the East Asia Regional Department, and particularly special thanks to the Energy Foundation China. With all your support, we have such kind of successful event to be organized. And I also want to thank you all participants to be here in this room. And we are going to have a lot of information, knowledge to be learned, to be exchanged, and how we can move toward a low carbon future in China, in the region, and globally. As we all know, China now is emerging as a global and a regional leader in the push towards a low carbon future. The country is implementing a lot of policies and innovations to reduce its carbon footprint. ADB is very proud of to be the journey of their successful achievement. Today, we have so many esteemed speakers, experts, and participants who will share their insights on the progress, challenges, opportunities, and how can we make a future low carbon development in this region. From different perspectives. So as I was advised by the organizer, we have very tight schedule this morning. To save time, I will not read the details of each speaker's bio, and I just briefly introduce the speakers. More details about our speakers could be found on the website of SF. So without any further delay, I would like first invite Mr. Morris, ADB's Vice President for East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific, to give the welcome remarks. Mr. Morris.
Director General Zhang Xiaofeng, Professor Zhou Ji, distinguished guests and colleagues. Good morning and welcome to what I expect will be an insightful workshop on the Low Carbon Odyssey, the People's Republic of China's story. I'm very pleased to be with you today as part of the Asia Clean Energy Forum 2024. Firstly, let me extend my sincere gratitude to our co-organizer, the Energy Foundation China, for their invaluable partnership and commitment to this important cause. As the source of half of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, Asia and the Pacific region is crucial for the fight against climate change. The 2024 ASEF's theme, accelerating the clean energy transition and ensuring energy security and affordability, resonates deeply with the urgent need for action. The PRC's achievements in reducing its carbon footprint, investing in renewable energy, and fostering technological innovations stand as sustainability. Our support for PRC's low-carbon energy transition has encompassed critical areas such as policy development, financing, and the deployment of cutting-edge technologies. As the climate bank for Asia and the Pacific, ADB has supported the PRC's projects ranging from renewable energy generation, energy efficiency improvements, to cross-sectoral low-carbon transition. All these collaborations have advanced the government's dual climate goals of carbon peaking and net zero emissions. I want to highlight ADB's flagship program, the Air Quality Improvement in the Greater Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region, as really an exemplary example of a programmatic and integrated approach that has effectively enhanced policy decision-making, it's leveraged investments through innovative financing, and has deployed advanced technologies. Efforts such as this have not only reduced greenhouse gas emissions, but also enhanced the institutional capacities essential for sustainable energy development. And I would note exactly this model is one that we hope to deploy across our regions of operations. As a knowledge bank, ADB's commitment extends beyond individual projects. We are dedicated to ensuring that the successes and lessons from ADB's projects can be adapted and replicated across PRC and across our other developing member countries. This workshop provides an excellent platform to cooperate on low carbon energy transition in the region, focusing on policy, finance, and technology, the pillars of any successful energy transition. I encourage all participants to engage actively in today's discussions. Your insights and perspectives are vital as we work together to address the challenges and opportunities of the energy transition. At ADB, we remain committed to providing comprehensive support, financial, technical, and policy support to our developing member countries. So in closing, let me extend my heartfelt thanks again to all the organizers, the speakers, and participants for your dedication and contributions today. Together, let us transform the vision of a low-carbon future into reality, ensuring that our region not only meets its energy needs, but does so sustainably and affordably. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, VP Scott, for sharing such kind of insightful information with us. I think this is really great the beginning of the deep dive workshop about the PRC's Odyssey. Now we have three keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is from Energy Foundation China, Professor Zhou. Please. Professor, he is going to make a presentation about PRC's energy transition toward carbon neutrality. And Professor also is the CEO of the Energy Foundation. We have established strong partnership between ADB and the Energy Foundation already. This afternoon, you probably will witness important signing ceremony about the strong partnership. So now let me invite Professor Zhou.
Thank you very much, distinguished Vice President Maurice, distinguished colleagues here. Today, I would like to deliver that presentation to describe our understandings on the current status and the outlook of China's energy transition and to achieve China's goal for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. So next slide, please. Next slide. So next slide, please. Should I control myself? Oh, okay. So in fact, okay, thank you. In fact, this is a description of the trajectory of carbon emission, energy related and industrial process emission. Oh, sorry. So you saw over time, especially since 2017, the emission, we experienced a rebound of carbon emission, but with lower and lower growth rate. And we also saw the source of emission from different sources, and no need to see the share of power emission become larger and larger, while we saw the declining share of the emission from industrial sectors. And also, the general conclusion for the observation is coal-fired power plant, I mean coal power, is becoming the core to determine the overall carbon emission while we saw the declining share of industry and building and transport, etc. And that said, we concentrate more and more on power emission, given the dominant source contribution of coal powers. And if you look at the major driver, I mean, to make the coal rebound through coal power, we saw, I mean, for the data from 2022 and 2023, we saw why the demand for power increased over time. And we saw, I mean, if you look at the orange bar for 2022, the residential demand for power increased very much, mainly because of the extreme climate event, especially for cooling, for air conditioning, etc., etc. And based on that, when we look at the increase in 2023, we saw the tertiary sector become the major driver for the demand for power. And but no need to say this include transportation, electrification, EV, I mean, larger and larger penetration, and as well as some emerging industries like big data, AI. So this shows some future trends for power demand. And that means, well, we celebrate the peaking or plateau or even decline of power demand from traditional heavy industries like iron, steel, cement, chemical. But on the other hand, I mean, in the meanwhile, we also see the potential increasing demand for power from some emerging, from emerging economies. I mean, we call it new emerging sectors. So this is a new trend for Chinese economy, but certainly it's good for the economy. But we should also recognize the energy use potential for them. So that means that tertiary sectors or new emerging sectors, I mean the rising sectors, they might imply, I mean, increase of energy demand. And that means we, that means we will face a potential challenge in the future. I mean, when the increasing, it's uncertain. While we see iron, steel, cement, they have lower coming demand for power. But on the other hand, we saw some new emerging sectors. They might lead to the increase of power. And anyway, so those are the very, very fundamental drivers we have to consider when we make the judgment of the future trajectory of emission. And so that said, we also look at the real generation of power. No need to say, for the moment, coal continue to dominate the generation of power. And then if we look at the sub-contributors to the increase of power, so we saw in 2023, coal continue to be account for over 60% of the increase of power power generation. If this continue, that means we will suffer from a later peaking. But the good news is, in part, and that side, it's very likely for China to reach peak. I mean, carbon energy related carbon dioxide peak this year, or maybe this year, maybe next year. So that means the fundamental determinants will be number one, power demand, power increase. Number two, how fast the renewable, non-fossil fuel, certainly together wind power and together with hydro, with nuclear and biomass, and if they can cover all the increase of the increased demand for power, and this show the increase of capacity and the generation for only wind and power, and but we saw our projection is only by 2028. I mean the solar and the wind power generation can cover all the increase of power demand. But together with other non-fossil fuel, these can be done this year or no later than next, and even 2020, next year or 2026. So that shows China is approaching peaking. Yeah, so we are very more and more confident for China to achieve its target for carbon peaking. And in fact, this is a study we made several years ago in 2021 when China is developing its 14th five-year plan. So we just try to observe the performance of provincial economy and the provincial emission, I mean, in terms of per capita. And that shows, I mean, this is a Kunet curve. That shows about 80% of Chinese emission then were reaching to the peak. So no matter what fluctuation happened in the past years, but our conclusion is China had been reaching the peak. And this is our projection for only energy-related carbon dioxide. And then if we look at the technology perspective, so how we reach the carbon neutrality from the peak, we saw before 2035, we have those technology to support the reduction of emission from our peak towards carbon neutrality. I mean, in the coming decade, we have had available technology, I mean, 66%, I mean, 2/3 of the technology, they are mature. And another 15, they are in the status of demonstration. And I mean, after 2035, we will have the total, I mean, 68% of the technology, I mean, in terms of penetration, they can be ready to support further decline of the reduction of emission. That means given the available technology, we should be confident for China to move to carbon neutrality pathway. And this is my curve recently produced by Tsinghua University, Professor Zhang Qiang's team. And we saw, we have had the available technology, roughly over 2/3, around 2/3 of the penetration. They can meet the target for carbon decline. That means in the moment to develop the next round of NDC, China should be considering, based on those technological perspective, I mean, to set up the target, I mean, from the peaking to rapid decline of emission. So I think that's possible. That shape the fundamental curve of emission. And finally, the conclusion is the demand for power had been restructured. I mean, on one hand, the decline of traditional emission. On the other hand, the new emission. And the non-fossil fuel, no need to say, and also non-fossil fuel power, they are increasing. These will become the major support contributor for China's transition. And no need to say energy storage and the grid development will be the key to stabilize the power system with growing share of renewable. Electrification, also very important for the end user. And in the coming decades, we should target and prioritize the investment in the development of mature technology. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thanks for Professor Zhou's informative sharing about the data related with low carbon development. Particularly, I like the last slide, your recommendation related with the technology application and how to prioritize the investment. And talking about investment, we have already talking about from million to billion to trillion, and the bank have all this money. Now let me invite the banker chief of the energy sector, Mr. Priyanta Winjantaga. He is a senior director of ADB's energy sector group, and he's also the group of energy team as well. So without any further delay, he is going to share the ADB's journey, ADB's involving supports in PRC's energy support. Mr. Priyanta, please.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. VP Scott Morris, Professor Zhou, and all the distinguished keynote speakers and the participants. First of all, let me welcome all of you to Asia Clean Energy Forum, which is our flagship event in the energy sector. We are very happy to have this 19th edition. In fact, Aiming ran it for 5 years or so, even more. And now it's passed on to the new generation. So we are very happy to see you all here. So what I will do, I will take you through quickly what we have been doing as ADB in PRC and how it has evolved over the years, of course, during the recent 2 decades or so. Yeah. Oh, okay. No? Seems like. Worked. Okay. So my quick intervention will be on particular. First, I'll look at quickly ADB Strategy 2020 and then 2030. These are the 2 strategies which covers, during the last 2 decades also. And then ADB energy policies, how the policies have evolved over the years, starting from early 1980s. And then our partnership with PRC. And of course, at the end, we have some, hopefully, a video which you all will enjoy. And if you look at Strategy 2020, Strategy 2020 is based on 3 pillars, inclusive development, which is very important for us, particularly in the context of increasing energy access, and then environmental sustainable economy growth, and then regional cooperation and integration. These are the 3 pillars on which we had Strategy 2020. And then Strategy 2030, it evolved from 2020, Strategy 2020 to 2030. And our approach, ADB guiding principles, there were 3, using a country-focused approach, and then promoting innovative technologies. As we move, we needed to look at innovative technologies, particularly in the context of energy sector development and emerging challenges we had at the time. Then we realized we have to have integrated solutions. We cannot have our solutions based on silos, and integrated solutions were emphasized. So these are the 3 guiding principles which came about in Strategy 2030. And ADB's value addition was basically as a knowledge provider, then financier and catalyzer of finance, because ADB cannot provide all the financial needs of the countries, and we needed to make sure that our finance can catalyze finance from other sources. And then, of course, convener of partnerships. As an honest broker, we could bring in other partners into the sector, whatever we are involved in. And the strategy 2030 has 7 operational priorities. One of them is emphasizing tackling climate change, building climate and disaster resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability. As you can see, that emphasis has been there for some time now in ADB operations. And as far as energy policies are concerned, we had the first energy policy in 1981, just in the backdrop of the energy crisis, or oil crisis to be specific, in 1970s. Then we introduced the second energy policy in 1985, again emphasizing the infrastructure development in the energy sector, the need for it, and then, of course, having financially robust and efficient operations, which is paramount to ensure sustainability of energy sector operations in all these developing member countries we have been working with. And then in 2000, for the first time, we reviewed the energy policy, and the review recommended development of independent regulatory systems to enable more and more private sector investments in the energy sector, and of course privatized energy markets. That was an evolving need as we went through this transition. And then in 2009, Board of Directors approved ADB's third energy policy, emphasizing again clean energy development as one of the key areas of our involvement. Now coming down to Energy Policy 2021, which Yumping started. He is in the audience as Chief of Energy Sector Group, and then I continued and took over from him as the Chief of Energy Sector Group, and then later on, of course, we got it approved in October 2021. And why we needed this, because the energy landscape has been changing over the years with the falling cost of renewables, because in the past, renewables used to be more expensive than traditional fuels, but the costs have been coming down and competitive compared to the traditional sources. Then also emerging new technologies in clean energy space, and these will have had to be considered as we move on in our operations in the energy sector. Now, at the same time, we have had global commitments like universal access by 2030, and then of course Paris Agreement, which emphasized on national determined contributions from different countries, and the Paris Agreement, how we are going to incorporate Paris Agreement into our own operations. Then ADB's commitment itself, also we enhanced our climate commitments to $100 billion by 2030 from 2019. Then also 100% alignment with Paris Agreement of our all sovereign operations, and of course the non-sovereign operations by next year also. And so ADB's Energy Policy 2021 was based on 5 principles. One of them is, of course, environmental sustainability and supporting low carbon transition in Asia and the Pacific. And it prioritized clean energy development again, energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy storage, decarbonization, and facilitating infrastructure development like transmission and distribution, smart transmission networks also. Supporting, then of course we have to bring in the necessary governance reforms to ensure that we get the funds needed for energy sector development, not only from the government but also from the private sector. Then naturally promotes of use of smart, digital, innovative, and best available technologies, because we are the ones who can bring in this transition to the developing member countries. And the other most important thing, if you are looking at climate challenge, if you want to address it properly, natural regional cooperation comes into being and as an important factor, because you can share and globally optimize your energy usage, and as a result you can bring down the emissions, and therefore cross-border operations and cross-sectoral operations come as an important intervention. So if you look at country partnership strategy with PRC, specifically speaking, 2021 to 2025, it's based on 3 strategic priorities, and the second priority is climate change and adaptation and mitigation. And it's based on strengthening climate resilience and promoting lower carbon development, and finding new approaches to climate change and disaster risk financing, and promoting private sector solutions for adaptation and mitigation. These are very important interventions as PRC moves into more and more economic development, and this needs to be emphasized not only as an important factor for PRC's own economic development, but also PRC's engagement with other developing member countries in the region, which is also very important. So overall, ADB has lent to PRC in the energy sector almost $8 billion over the years from 1986. And it is notable that the same period, PRC has brought down its share of coal from over roughly about 76% to 56%. Of course, in absolute terms, coal, contribution may have increased, but the important factor is that the share has decreased. So it's a period where everybody was concerned about emissions, and everybody was looking at how to bring down those emissions. I'm sure this engagement of ADB with PRC will continue for the mutual benefit. As I said, it's not just PRC who benefits from this, but also the other, the ADB, and therefore other developing member countries, because the technological developments you see in PRC, particularly in the energy space, and the experience that PRC has gone through, will be very useful in in other DMCs, and we can learn lessons from it. And I think this particular deep dive workshop will be a good opportunity to share this experience and exchange views. Thank you very much.
With Mr. Priyanta's insightful information about the corporate level strategy for supporting the region's low carbon development, as well as ADB's support in PRC on the low carbon transition. Now we come to share you a video, right? 10 minutes video, and enjoy the journey. It's called PRC's Low Carbon Odyssey. I hope you love the video. Please.
Since the economic reforms of 1978, the People's Republic of China, PRC, has experienced an economic takeoff. Economic growth has driven a significant increase in energy demand. This surge in demand has caused an energy supply gap, which in turn has catalyzed conditions for further economic development. In 1986, the PRC officially joined the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Over the past 3 decades, ADB has collaborated with the PRC, providing both sovereign and non-sovereign funds, as well as technical assistance to support the energy sector. This support has contributed to PRC's rapid economic development. Every 5 years, in collaboration with the government of the PRC, ADB formulates an important cooperation strategy known as the Country Partnership Strategy. This strategy is synchronized with the PRC's 5-year development planning cycle, and its objectives are aligned with the national development plans and poverty reduction goals. ADB has released 5 energy policies in the year of 1981, 1985, 2000, 2009, and 2021, along with the changing global energy landscape. These policies have shifted focus from concerns over oil prices and energy infrastructure investments towards prioritizing energy transition and compliance with the Paris Agreement. Under this context, ADB's support for energy sector development in the PRC has evolved. In the 1980s and 1990s, ADB focused on accelerating economic growth and provided 16 loans of $1.97 billion to finance 11 thermal power and 3 hydropower projects, swiftly addressing the country's energy shortages and meeting the demands of its rapid development. In 1987, the fuel conversion project in Jilin Changshan became the first ADB-funded energy sector project in the PRC. In addition, The ADB has provided technical assistances to support the studies on the least cost solutions, cost recovery tariff, stronger state-owned integrated utilities, and power sector reform. After the Asian financial crisis in 1998, ADB realized that economic growth is necessary but insufficient to eradicate poverty. Inclusive growth became the focus. Energy projects should not only promote economic growth, but also directly benefit low-income individuals. In the 2000s, ADB implemented a series of energy sector technical assistance and loan projects for the inclusive economic and social development in the lagging areas of the PRC. Meanwhile, renewable energy development and energy efficiency improvement became ADB and PRC government's priority. ADB provided 17 loans amounting $1.27 billion to finance hydropower, wind power, energy efficiency improvement, and pollutants reduction, and district heating projects in the PRC. All projects focused on poverty alleviation. Through several technical assistance projects, ADB supported the establishment, full function and operation of the China CDM Fund, and facilitated a number of early CDM projects in the PRC. Starting in 2008, with the implementation of the ADB Strategy 2020, inclusive, environmentally sustainable, climate change mitigation development has become a top priority for cooperation between ADB and the PRC. Greenhouse gas emissions reduction stands as core in the evaluation of each energy project undertaken by ADB. Cross-sectoral approach adopting integrated solutions gradually became the mainstream of ADB's projects in the PRC. In 2013, ADB approved a $150 million loan to support the Qinghai Delingha concentrated solar power plant, located in western China, with the altitude of 3,000 meters above sea level. This is the first concentrated solar power plant in the PRC and the highest altitude concentrated solar power plant in the world. It is also ADB's last single electricity sector project in the PRC. In 2019, ADB approved a $300 million loan to support the Henan Cleaner Fuel Switch Investment Program. This is ADB's last single energy sector project in PRC. From 2015 to 2020, ADB implemented a multi-year loan program in the greater Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region spanning across agriculture, urban-rural development, transportation, energy, and other sectors. This program, consisting of 8 projects with total ADB loan accounting to $2.45 billion, demonstrated the integrated low-carbon solutions. Through technical assistances, ADB supported PRC's carbon trading system and the roadmap for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS demonstration and deployment. With the implementation of ADB Strategy 2030, its 2021 energy policy, and the announcement of PRC's carbon peaking and carbon neutrality goals, ADB and the PRC government are making significant efforts to support the energy transition. The latest Country Partnership Strategy 2021 to 2025 clearly outlines strategic priorities, including environmental sustainable development, climate change adaptation and mitigation. This expands the opportunities for both parties to enhance climate resilience, foster low-carbon development, and explore new approaches to financing climate change response and disaster risk. From 2020 to 2023, ADB supported 5 cross-cultural loan projects with energy sector as the main sector in the PRC. ADB also supported the issuance of China's first clean air bond, which comply with the Climate Bonds Initiative standards and the Multilateral Development Bank safeguards requirements. During 1986 to 2023, ADB has supported 190 energy loan and TA projects in the PRC, with a total financing amount of $7.96 billion. In the same period, the share of coal in total energy consumption is decreased from 75.8% to 56.2%. In the future, as a climate bank, knowledge bank, and solutions bank, ADB will increasingly focus on sustainability, innovation, demonstration, and replication of its supports. The generation of regional and global public goods, such as climate change mitigation, and institution strengthening through enhancing coordination mechanism across sectors, jurisdictions and agencies, and national policy impact through policy supports and regulatory advice, thereby contributing to prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. Since the economic reforms of 1978, the People's Republic of China, PRC,
Yeah, what a beautiful video created by the team about energy. You know, very often people thought energy technologies are ugly, but this video shows the beauty about the energy. Particularly, I want to mention one project mentioned in the video. The Delingha Solar Thermal Project actually becomes a very hot spot for the tourists in Qinghai. I hope our management also have an opportunity to visit. And with this, I would like to invite the third keynote speaker, who is Director General of Shanxi Province Department of Housing and Urban Rural Development. He is also our new client of a new project. So please, DG-san. We are so happy to have you as a representative of our partners in the country, and looking forward to your inspiring message from you about the low carbon transition in Shanxi.
尊敬的斯科特莫里斯副行长、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好！非常荣幸受邀参加此次亚洲清洁能源论坛。我们中国与亚洲开发银行一直是长期而且是高效的合作伙伴。亚行作为亚太地区重要的国际组织，在应对气候变化和推动清洁能源转型方面，为全球和区域的可持续发展提供了可借鉴、可复制、可推广的宝贵的经验。中国与亚洲开发银行的合作取得了丰硕的成果，特别是在推动区域经济社会发展和应对环境挑战方面。过去30多年以来，亚行相关资金项目陆续在我们陕西落地，从国际层面支持了陕西的经济社会的发展。今天我想介绍一下陕西省在住房和城乡建设领域低碳发展之路的具体实践和成就，希望能够为大家提供一些有益的参考和启示。一、全球建筑环境碳排放的现状。二氧化碳排放占这一行业的这个划分。根据国际能源署发布的数据，交通行业的二氧化碳排放呢占比23%，其他工业行业的排放呢占24%，我们建筑行业占比是37%，其中二氧化碳的排放量达到了近100亿吨，可见建筑行业对全球能源消耗和碳排放有着重大的影响。建筑行业不仅是能源消耗和碳排放的主要来源者之一，同时也是实现可持续发展的重要领域。二、按驱动因素划分的全球二氧化碳排放2021到2022年，在2021至2022年，由于疫情期间工业行业的停滞和清洁能源的使用，全球范围内的碳排放量显著减少，其中工业停滞导致碳排放减少了1.5亿吨，而清洁能源的推广和利用，则使二氧化碳排放量减少了4.65亿吨。这些数据表明， 建筑行业的低碳转型对于支持全球能源绿色转型至关重要。二，中国建筑领域低碳发展的规划和行动。从中国建筑业协会给出的数据来看，中国建筑领域排放二氧化碳40.7亿吨，占全国的38.2%。这一比例的碳排放量表明，建筑行业在中国的能源消耗和碳排放中占据了重要位置。因此，中国政府制定了在2030年之前实现碳达峰，在2060年以前实现碳中和的国家战略。这就是我们中国政府所讲的双碳战略。为了实现这一宏伟的目标，中国政府于2024年发布了加快推动建筑领域节能降碳工作的方案。该方案旨在通过一系列措施，推动建筑行业的节能降碳工作，助力实现住建领域的碳达峰和碳中和，并作为构建新型能源体系的关键举措。中国的这一举措不仅有助于缓解国内的气候变化影响，也为全球应对气候变化提供了重要的经验和借鉴。建筑行业的低碳转型是构建新型能源体系的关键步骤，对实现全球可持续发展的目标具有重要意义。三，陕西省住建领域低碳转型的路径。一，发布陕西省城乡住房建设领域碳达峰实施方案。陕西省积极响应国家的双碳战略，展开了卓有成效的探索，制定了陕西省城乡住建领域碳达峰实施的方案，推动全省城乡住建领域绿色转型和可持续发展。方案设定2025年的目标是非化石能源消费比重达到16%。这一目标的设定，意在通过大力发展太阳能、风能等可再生能源，逐步减少对传统化石能源的依赖，从而实现能源结构的优化调整。方案要求新建建筑全面执行绿色建筑的标准，通过推广绿色建筑技术和标准，我省呢力求在新建的建筑的建材、施工和运营的全过程中，贯彻节能环保理念，降低建筑的节能耗，减少碳排放，实现建筑领域的绿色转型。二，陕西省住建领域的能源转型。大家都知道，陕西省是中国重要的综合能源基地，也是中国北煤南运、西气东输、西电东送的重要的节点。同时呢，陕西省还具有丰富的清洁能源的资源，其地热能的供热总面积已经达到了4600万平米，我们在“十四五”末的目标是1亿平方米。太阳能光伏产业链发展位于全球的前列，因此呢，陕西住建领域的能源革命转型迈向了传统能源与新能源融合发展的道路，开创了资源清洁转化、化石原料多元化生产的新路径，实现多能互补，在推广清洁能源的同时，注重政策配套。政府与新能源企业等主体协同推动新能源结构加速转型，比如与隆基太阳能、光伏、陕西氢能产业发展公司等企业呢展开合作，发展以太阳能、地热能等可再生能源为核心的建筑 能源体系，降低传统化石能源在建筑用能中的比例。3、建筑与清洁能源耦合作用。陕西省在建筑与清洁能源相互耦合作用方面做出了2个成功的案例。一是中国西部科技创新港项目，打造了建筑外立面智慧绿色能源系统，实现建筑光伏一体化，应用面积是2755平米，年发电量约40万度，满足建筑100%的用电需求。这一创新技术不仅提升了建筑的能源自给能力，还每一年减少了约400吨的碳排放，为绿色建筑的发展树立了标杆。2是中国西部科技创新港综合能源供应项目，则是另一个成功的案例。这个项目呢，是中国规模最大的中深层地热能清洁供热的单体项目，供热面积呢195万平米。一个采暖季可替代标准煤2.5万吨，减少6.8万吨的二氧化碳的排放。这项目呢，不仅在规模上居于领先地位，还在实际应用中展现了显著的节能减排的效果，推动了地热能在城市供热中的广泛应用。这2个项目不仅展示了陕西省在绿色建筑和清洁能源利用方面的创新成果，也为其他地区呢提供了宝贵的经验和借鉴。这些项目的实施不仅有助于改善城市环境的质量，也充分体现了陕西省在能源革命和绿色转型方面的积极探索和实践。通过不断的创新和努力，陕西省在城乡住房领域正朝着绿色低碳可持续的方向稳步的前进。4、全面推进绿色建筑。陕西省在绿色建筑方面取得了不菲的成绩。2020年，陕西省发布了绿色建筑行动实施方案，明确了绿色建筑推广的目标和举措，标志着全省在住建领域绿色低碳发展的道路上迈出了坚实的一步。在2021年、2022年、2023年，绿色建筑占新竣工建筑面积的比例分别达到了63.43%、81.17%和93.45%，这个比例显示出呈逐年递增的趋势。截止2023年底，绿色建筑的面积已经达到了1.6亿平米。这些项目呢，覆盖了住宅、商业、公共建筑等各类建筑类型。从以下的这个图表中可以看出，2023年绿色建筑竣工面积占新竣工建筑面积的93.45%，新建建筑已经符合集成高效节能、资源循环利用、环境友好等多方面的要求的绿色建筑标准。这不仅有助于提高建筑的使用寿命和使用的体验，同时呢，也大大减少了建筑过程中和使用过程中的能源消耗与环境污染。此举是优化区域能源结构、提升能源利用效率的重要举措。通过以上一系列行之有效的措施，陕西省力求在城乡建设领域取得显著的节能降碳效果，为实现绿色低碳发展描绘了清晰的蓝图，为全国的碳达峰、碳中和目标实现贡献力量。同时呢，我们陕西省坚定不移地推进各项措施的落实，努力在2025年实现预期目标，为全国乃至全球的可持续发展做出我们应有的贡献。 是国际合作。国际合作，亚航与陕西省。陕西省与亚航在多领域的合作源远流长，而且日益密切。早在1997年，亚航便开始在陕西开展项目，奠定了双方合作的坚实基础。多年以来，双方携手并进，合作项目遍地开花。目前，亚航在陕西正在实施的项目有6个，其中低碳和城乡一体化可持续发展项目和脱碳化绿色城乡发展项目是与陕西省住建厅合作的项目。低碳和城乡一体化可持续发展项目为亚航在中国城乡住建领域的首个结果导向型贷款项目，重点关注绿色建筑在运行和维护阶段的脱碳问题，以及实现城乡住建领域绿色低碳高质量发展。脱碳化绿色城乡发展项目不仅着眼于建筑运行和维护阶段的脱碳，还将进一步扩展到建筑材料生产过程的去碳化，从而实现绿色建筑生命周期的全面去碳化。这一项目可谓是为绿色建筑的发展树立了新的标杆。在刚刚过去的3月份，亚航航长与陕西省省长进行了一次重要的会晤。这次会晤不仅推动了陕西省与亚航携手共进、深入合作，更为当前开展的项目注入了新的动力。双方的交流如同锦上添花，也为未来的合作开辟了更加光明的前景。此次会晤无疑是双方合作史上的一个重要里程碑，必将为陕西省与亚航的合作掀开新的篇章，谱写新的辉煌。2、陕西经验在中亚国家的推广的意义。陕西省在与亚航合作中积累了丰富的经验和成功的案例，具有重要的示范效应和推广价值。特别是在中亚国家中，陕西省与中亚5国之间有着密切的联系。2023年，在陕西西安市举办了首届中国中亚峰会。这次峰会不仅体现了中国与中亚国家之间的日益密切的联系，也为双方在可持续发展领域的合作提供了新的契机。同时，亚航发起的 CAREC 也为中亚各国提供了合作的机会和平台。在地理位置上，中亚地区不仅气候条件相同，资源禀赋与能源结构也十分相似，都面临着如何利用能源转型与可持续发展的重要命题。在这一背景下，陕西省在住建领域深入推进高质量发展的过程与实践中，不仅显示了其在可持续发展方面的显著成就，也为中亚地区能源转型提供了宝贵的经验。在应对亚洲地区气候变化的行动中，陕西省与中亚地区拥有共同的目标和发展基础，这为双方开展能源转型和可持续发展合作提供了难得的发展机遇。通过分享经验和积极合作，陕西不仅能助力于中亚地区应对气候变化和实现能源转型，也将为亚航在整个亚洲地区推进绿色发展的战略贡献宝贵的资源和智慧。通过今天的交流和分享，我深感我们中国及陕西省在推动区域建筑领域碳达峰和清洁能源转型所做的努力与取得的显著成就，具有十分重要的示范意义，而且任重道远。 亚洲开发银行作为支持区域可持续发展和低碳转型的重要的多边开发机构，一直在这些进程中扮演着关键的角色。陕西省与亚行的合作，不仅进一步促进了区域内绿色低碳创新实践，同时也为我们面对共同的全球性挑战提供了新思路、新赛道和新挑战。正如我们看到的，亚行在陕西实施的一系列项目，不仅为地方经济和社会发展注入了活力，还为实现可持续发展奠定了坚实的基础。陕西省的成功案例和经验，特别是其在建筑领域低碳发展和能源转型方面的努力，为中亚地区以及更广泛的亚洲地区具有重要的参考价值。我们深知气候变化和可持续发展是整个亚洲乃至全球共同面对的挑战。各国协同合作，分享经验，共同推动绿色低碳发展，让我们共同期待，通过更加紧密和广泛的合作，推动我们的城市和社区走向更加绿色、更加可持续的未来。感谢大家，愿我们携手共进，共同书写亚洲地区清洁能源和低碳发展的新篇章。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Li Zhang, for sharing such a successful information you have done in Shanxi province. There's a saying, think globally, act locally. And you are a really great example of such kind of preach. And you also mentioned about ADB's President Massa visited Shanxi early March. Actually, our two other management also joined the trip. Vice President Morris, he visited the Shanxi project early January. And during the trip of our President Massa's visit in Shanxi, our Director General Asan also joined the project as well. So thanks a lot for a lot of successful practice done by Shanxi province. As you mentioned, you are working on another project with ADB, and we believe such kind of partnership and cooperation will lead to another successful story. And hopefully in the future, more visits from ADB from other international organizations will be happening in Shanxi. This has come to the end of the first part of the opening ceremony of the deep dive workshop. A little bit longer, but I think it really was for everybody to hear the insights, the knowledge, the wisdom from our top leaders and the speakers. The next part, there will be a group photo session. This is for the speakers of the deep dive workshop. And let me invite the speakers of the first session to sit on chair, and other speakers will either stand behind or stay down in the front. So I will invite the VP Morris, Professor Zhou, our DGSN Senior Sector Director Priyanta, Mr. Yongping Zai, and DG Zhang, please to be on the stage and sit on the chair. We just need 6 chairs. Oh, am I right? So we just need 6 chairs. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I noted our executive director representing PRC of ED Liu is also here. Please invite on the stage. And AED also is in the room. So AED Liu Xia, can you also be on the stage as well? Then we need to have 7 chairs. Yeah, one more. Please. Thank you so much. I just want to double check with organizer. Do we have another group photo or that's it for now? Lei? Oh, okay. I think then everybody please come. I think let's do it right now. Please, everybody come to this side. Ling. Everybody, all gentlemen sit behind, please come. Yeah, okay, some of us can stay down. Thanks a lot for having such kind of beautiful memory moment together during this busy schedule. I need to apologize. I'm not a good moderator, probably occupy too much time for the first part, and the next part for the panel discussion, we probably needed to move a little bit faster. We have 3 more panelists to share their researcher findings and knowledges or practices from their day-to-day work. Thank you so much. I know a lot of our VIPs need to have their own meetings, so some of them are leaving, but we are going to continue the discussion. As I mentioned, the next part, we have 3 panelists. So the first panelist is Professor Tan. She is from the Chinese Academy of Science, and she is going to make a presentation about PRC's 1+N policy framework focusing on energy sector. As we know, 1+N is a very famous framework in China, and it's a guiding document for the overall carbon peaking and carbon neutrality work. So now let me invite Professor Tan to be on the stage. Professor Tan, you have 12 minutes, so please make sure all important messages will be delivered in 12 minutes. The floor is yours.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Xianchun Tan, and it's my honor to share my speech on the China's carbon peak and the carbon neutrality process and the policy framework. My speech agenda including 3 parts. The first, I want to introduce the global move toward carbon neutrality process, and the second, I want to introduce the China's policy and framework for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. The last is my thought on the green transformation of the Asia-Pacific region. So let me see the first part, global move toward the carbon neutrality. And according to the historic emission trends in IPCC AR6 23, we can say the global GHG emission continue to rise, and the historic cumulative carbon emission and are close to the 1.5 degree and the 2 degree target emission bucket. So it needs the world rapid and deep transformation of all sectors and all systems around the world. And at the same time, according to the Global Natural Disaster Assessment Report, we can say in recent 20 years, There were a total of over 600 extreme climate events worldwide. And according to the frequency of extreme climate events in the distribute, we can see the American and the Asia is relatively high. The following is the Europe, Africa, and Oceania. So, to address the global risk of the climate change, the global get the consensus of the climate change. Till now, the more than 100 countries have committed themselves to achieving carbon neutrality goals. And these countries committed to carbon neutrality contribute to nearly 90% of global carbon emission and over 90% of the world GDP and the nearly 90% of the world population. So we can say that the carbon neutrality has become of a global trend in addressing climate change. Despite the countries world have take a series of action and measures around the carbon neutrality, but we can say that still a huge gaps remain in achieved global carbon neutrality, including the emission reduction deficit and the adaptation deficit and the funding, technology, and the leadership deficit. So it's new. It's need the global climate governance have a shift from a single focus on greenhouse gas emission reduction to multiple levels of mitigation, adaptation, funding, and technology, and capacity building. It not only requires strengthening the coordination of mitigation and adaptation, but also require system design, promoting, and transformation. And it is a new global situation. We can say the COP28. The world reached a consensus on the first global inventory of Paris Agreement, include the mitigation, adaptation, finance, loss and damage, and just transition, known as the UAE consensus. So the next, I want to introduce China's policy framework of carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. We all know both the international scale and the domestic scale, the China announced the China aim to peak carbon dioxide emission before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. And China would like to implement this significant decision. China has established the 1+N framework of the policy stream of the carbon peaking and the carbon neutrality. The 1 refers the top level design. The N refers to supporting policy in key areas such as the energy system, circular system, and the urban and the rural construction, and the transportation system, and the consumption, and the green technology innovation and international cooperation. And LV as the framework for local government and enterprise. The China's new process includes the carbon emission total control and expand carbon market and restarting the CCER market. So this framework is the 1+N framework. Under the framework, I want to introduce the academic field. In 2028, the China launched National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy 2035, including the strengthened climate change monitoring, early warning, and risk management. and take into the both natural, economic and social dimension, and build a regional panel of adaptation to climate change. So this is a framework of the China's national climate change adaptation strategy. And in the China's policy framework, I want to introduce another work, is a climate finance and investment. We can to look at the figure out the picture. In recent years, China has promoted the development of climate finance and investment under the framework of green finance. There are some three main progress, including the climate finance and investment management systems. And the China continues to innovate and develop products and instruments. And the local practice of the green finance and the climate investment finance are constantly reached the work. And until now, the pilot work of climate finance and the investment is an important starting point for climate investment and financing. I want to introduce the China's 23 pilot cities. In 2020, the China launched 23 pilot practice, and in the last 2 years, the pilot focused on the carbon market and developed and carbon finance innovation to advance climate investment. And in the last 2 years, the pilot respond the national policy and while strengthening the coordination between physical and the financial, industrial, and the technological policy and the department. And till 2029, 2023 pilot launched the climate finance and invest project over 386 projects, and involve fund up around 405 billion yuan, and include areas such as the renewable energy and the photovoltaic power generations. At the same time, China has actively carried out international cooperation in climate change, such as the South and the South Cooperation. And in the 2021, the China issued the China Africa Climate Change Cooperation and start the 3-year action for China Africa Climate Change Cooperation. And till now, in China has assigned on South and South cooperation on climate change with 40 developing countries. So the last, I want to combine the global situation and China's situation to share my thought on the green transformation of the Asia Pacific and the Pacific region. I want to say two parts. And I think it's necessary to adhere the basic principle of international cooperation on climate change. It should be including the common but differentiated principle and the sustainable development principle and the principle of equality. And the last, the Asia-Pacific region actively participate the global environment and climate governance. I think two sides should be inside. The first is among the Asia-Pacific region. It should be communication, learning each other, including the knowledge, funding, technology, capacity construction. And the second, the Asia-Pacific region take part in the global environmental and the climate governance should be strengthening the communication, learning, evaluation, computation, and cooperation and innovation. So that's all my speech. Thanks.
Thanks for Professor Tan sharing the high-level framework China has already completed, and also China is practicing. I think her presentation set a theme of today's panel discussion, how to get the policy right. Let me invite the second panel speaker, who is Professor Ma Jinlong from the APEC Center now in Tianjin University. And his presentation is about supporting low carbon development and optimization of energy system in small and medium-sized towns in China, how to get the policy right in such kind of area. So Professor Ma, the floor is yours, please. You also have 12 minutes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And many thanks for the organizer of this event, and which is, as at very beginning mentioned, is nearly 20 times of this Asia Pacific Clean Energy Forum. And I particularly like the title of Low Carbon Odyssey, because everyone, if interested in the literature and ancient Rome, ancient Greek story, Odyssey is the king of Athens, Odyssey, who is after the battle of the Troy War, and spent 10 years wandering around, and then returned to his home country. From the previous speaker, we can see the national government, excuse me, set a very clear goal and target and policy. I'm sure the China's energy transition and the low carbon development will not take that long, and will not make that struggle. And the title of my presentation, by the way, yes, I am the APEC Sustainable Energy Center, which is one of the think tank. We are reporting to NEA, National Energy Administration, and we are reporting to Tianjin University, and at the same time report to APEC Organization Secretary in Singapore. And the topic is compared with previous speaker, and which we can see we zoomed in a bit and focus on small and medium-sized town in China. The background. This talk we are focused on policy, and basically the result of this presentation actually is part of the TA, which is TA 6661 PRC. And the executive agency of this TA is NEA, the National Energy Administration, and Tianjin University. We are a part of Tianjin U, implement this TA with support with a couple of international consultants. And not try to look details of this. It's over a year, multiple years project, and there's a different activity. From here we can see we conduct literature review and identify the pilot and organize the site survey and investigation, and based on the data and analysis to develop the energy supply model and identify project and prepare knowledge products. And we are basically cut head and body in most of the conversation, and with a focus on policy. As we can see, it started quite a couple of years ago. There are some interruption because of pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. One more point before the detailed conversation, the talk. the definition of small and medium-sized town. And basic backdrop of this story is the globally urbanization is still going on, and more people have lived in city, and which is also the case in China. In China, I think in 2023, last year, urbanization rate would be around 66%. It's ongoing, will increase. And we all know all the economic activity happening in city, and energy consumption happening in city, and city contribute the larger proportion of GDP and energy consumption. In the end, carbon dioxide emission in city. We did quite a little bit, not a little bit, quite thorough investigation. And so until at this moment, more focus has been on medium and large size of city, like Manila or globally, and in Shanghai or Beijing, Tianjin. And relevant little or few investigation has been focused on small and medium-sized town or small definition. There's a different kind of definition on small and medium-sized town. And there's no, even in China, there's no official definition. And the conventional way to define the town is by population, about 500,000 and 1 million. That's the boundary. And our team, after consultation with NEA and of course with ADB, we focus on urban area of counties. So the talk will zoom in on this smaller and medium-sized town, meaning 县城, the urban area of county. So the early speaker in the morning is from Energy Foundation talking about the national picture, and the previous speaker talking about the national policy. And here we focus on 县城, small and medium-sized town. Small as it is, or small as they are very important. The county account for more than half of the population of the nation, and in terms of GDP is quite also significant. And overall, we have examined about close to 3,000, 1,800 plus counties across the PRC. Yeah, I'm looking at the clock, it's running. Basic background, we all know the situation, yeah, most of us know the situation in China. And there's a few keywords I would like to say. Diversity. There's quite a number of different, quite a large number of county, and quite a different kind of county across the territory of PRC, from weather, from the geographic and demographic situation, and the level of development, and also income level. And another thing is energy resources, because it's the nature of the country. Is this matching between supply and demand, and also there's an existing infrastructure difference. In terms of energy, there's also a difference between east and west, between north and south. So not go too much deep. One key difference, of course, is about window heating. Traditionally, or by definition, there's a strong need, not only definition, but during the weather situation, and also during the early policy for the central heating, and only north part of China has infrastructure of the central heating. So, and yeah, this is some basic situation of this counties in China. One of the activity before looking into the detail of the situation, and we did a cluster analysis to study all these counties across the country, and we will not go to the detail, and we identify the nature and the attribute characteristics of the different counties. Yeah, based on that, we get our hand dirty to look at 2 counties as a pilot. One is in Fengning province, that is in Hebei, and another one is Fengyang, Fengning counties in Hebei province, and Fengyang counties in Anhui province. Yes, what with the approach? The approach, each block on this diagram is kind of the area we zoomed in from across the value chain of energy industry. Yeah, I said county is small, but county compose all the components of energy system from the supply, demand, transformation, and also consider natural and social environment. And we look at the situation of energy for the energy in different sector, from residential to agriculture. No, sorry, not agriculture. And this is another story, could be long, but we do not look at agriculture. We look at the residential industry and the urban building. And the previous speakers talk about the building sector, the construction. And we look at the residential, not only building, but residential energy consumption. And in terms of carrier, look at the electricity, and some new emerging application of hydrogen and gas and coal and so on. And with a focus, because we look at the county level, so more focus on in terms of the primary energy supply, we focus on distributed energy supply, meaning distributed solar and distributed wind, and to a certain degree biomass and waste heat recovery from the industry sector. We go through all the technology, and from the first speaker from Energy Foundation, Professor Jun, right? Look at least different technology in a broad picture, and for the county, we zoomed in on possible solutions for the county's urban area, include primary energy supply and winter heating. Winter heating is not only in the north, and we also look at the potential demand and supply situation in the south. And we look at industrial energy efficiency and building sector, and include new building, potential new development of the new building, and retrofit of existing building, and all this different technical solution. And of course, we zoomed in a little bit. We conduct a household survey, organize the people online and offline, visited the household to see the consumption and what's the real story drive energy consumption in terms of the potential reduce emission. There's one key policy I think just issued last week, right? About 10 days last week, and State Council released an action plan for energy conservation. I just emphasize energy conservation or energy efficiency is low, by definition, by IEA, is low-hanging fruit. So I believe there's a increased emphasis for energy conservation. Yes. This is a couple of years study, and which I try to wrap up a little faster. Yes, this screening process, identify the solution, technical solution, and study the financial implication and emission implication. Yet, a lot of challenge to reduce the emission and increase the efficiency and increase the penetration of renewable. All this can be a very long story. And policy, just 2 minutes. And policy, and people, I think, on the ground, particularly this based on my experience, has been both overseas and inside China. And the focus, many people has been focused on only technical solution, but many factor has a role to play to make the technology happen, to make the technology running on the ground. So there's a lot of various different factors to really make this carbon abatement happen. So I will not list the different solution. In general, a couple of take policy recommendation in terms of the renewable application first. Such particularly important is a bundling approach at the county level to use the distributed wind and solar. Of course, there's a leasing process has been tried at the county level in selected county for solar PV. And more recently, NEA and NDRC issued the policy to support distributed wind, which is also include our investigation. By doing this and by bundled approach, and could say have a benefit of the received support from the carbon-oriented approach, such as the green certificate and CER. And for the window heating, I just list a couple of key important part. Window heating, the biomass has a role to play. And in Fengling, only coal has been used for distributed heating, for the heating, not distributed, for the heating. And the biomass has certainly a role to play. And something related also heating is the metering system or the charging approach for the heating supply. Not only the area-based, but for the consumption-based approach. And another is to use optimized dispatching approach. Technology support heat pump is another important thing, and to enlarge the coverage of carbon trading scheme is another recommendation, and increase energy efficiency and reduce energy consumption and waste heat recovery. That is the for industry, and also there's a lot of story can be told for the building sector, and I will not go to detail, and residential as well. And one key observation is energy transition in Europe has been bordered, supported by the residential, by the people. And here in China actually enjoy the benefit, a subsidy from the government. So the cost of energy supply is not that high. So I think to really achieve this carbon neutral over to 2060, participation from the residential is another important area. Charging situation to promote the EV and to planning ahead and implement ahead to support EV. That's another critical area. And yeah, I'll not go to this for the energy storage application. And we have a session on the green financing. That is also critically important. And the role of MDB, such as ADB, also, of course, could have an important role to play. One of the last, but not the least, important thing is the data. At the county level, data is scarce. It's scarce data available. There's a very few data available to really make this emission, bring down the emission, monitoring and feedback based energy policy process is very much important. So how to improve the data system and increase availability and accessibility of data is important. Key, yeah, this is things. So far, there's no pilot for county level carbon neutral pilot effort. And the recommendation could, discuss with the relevant stakeholder to prepare a pilot for low carbon development. And last but not least, international collaboration, important, and more can be talked after the talk. If it took a little bit long, I'm sorry, and thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. We are running behind the schedule a little bit, but I hope everybody can bear with the schedule. We have one more speaker who is from Ningbo, Ningbo's DRC Department of Reform and Commission Deputy Director General, Mr. Xu Wenpeng. And Mr. Xu, you have another 12 minutes. I hope you can finish within time. We have a short discussion. 一会儿12分钟的时间做完讲座，然后我们可能再有时间的话呢，做一下简单的对答。好，把时间交给您。The floor is yours, Mr. Xu. Please.
尊敬的各位专家学者，大家上午好。今天非常荣幸能在亚洲清洁能源论坛上与各位专家学者一起分享我们宁波市在绿色发展、低碳发展方面的一些实践经验，以及抛砖引玉，共同促进我们地球家园的绿色未来。宁波市地处中国东南沿海正中间，是中国重要的港口城市。城市向北，150公里就是著名的国际大都市上海市。宁波人是最早到上海创业的主要人群，当时1半以上的上海人都会拥有宁波的亲戚。城市向西南150公里，就是我们富有盛名的全球小商品之都义乌市，每天有3000多个集装箱装满小商品通过宁波港流向世界各地。宁波这个城市名来源于海定这波宁，我们的先辈一直向海而生，乐观向上，奋发图强。现在我舒长古今，港通天下，是我们宁波城市形象主题口号。宁波城市的 logo 是这张可爱的笑脸，它的灵感来自于6000年前宁波人制作的人面纹陶耳。这不仅是我们远古宁波人笑对生活的时光面孔，更是我们现代宁波人乐观积极向上的真实写照。先简要的介绍一下宁波的几个关键词。宁波全市陆地面积9816平方公里，全市常住人口970万。2023年地区 GDP 16453亿人民币元，折合美元约2300亿美元，人均 GDP 为2.4万美元。宁波是一个拥有世界第一大港的城市。宁波港拥有万吨级深水泊位214座，拥有国内航线300余条。2023年货物吞吐量13.2亿吨，居全球港口第1位；集装箱吞吐量3530万标箱，居全球港口第3位。宁波也是一个工业发达的城市。宁波拥有130多万家市场主体，以小微企业为主要载体的民营主体占70%以上。民营经济在推动宁波经济高质量发展方面发挥了至关重要的作用，贡献了全市66%的经济总量，76%的外贸出口，85%的就业岗位。特别是宁波市制造力实力强劲，有超过1万家年营业额2000万元以上的工业企业，全部工业年销售额超过3万亿元，拥有汽车零部件、绿色石化等3个国家级产业集群。有中国注塑机之都、中国模具之都、中国紧固件之都等11个全国特色产业之都的称号。宁波还是一座拥有灿烂文化的历史。千百年来，在宁波孕育了海事文化、阳明文化、常熟文化、慈孝文化、商帮文化等地域特色文化，在中华文明发展史中留下深刻的印记。宁波也是一座文明和谐的城市。宁波连续6年获得中国文明城市，连续14年获评中国最具幸福感城市。宁波拥有非常卓越的女性先锋力量，以女企业家为代表的宁波女性力量，在服务和支持女性创业、 促进科技创新方面也做出了非常出色的成绩。宁波女性在高新技术产业和现代服务业中的就业比例超过45%。宁波还是浙江省唯一的残疾人高质量就业先行市。2023年，全市安置残疾人就业1.58万人，就业率达到66%。接下来，介绍一下宁波在绿色低碳发展方面的一些实践经验。宁波市作为中国重要的工业城市和经济大市，在努力实现高质量发展的同时，也肩负着非常重要的绿色发展责任。多年来，宁波全方位发展绿色低碳循环的现代经济，先后成功创建了国家园林城市、国家环保模范城市、国家森林城市，扎实绘就了大美宁波的绿色图景。首先是政府完善绿色发展的顶层设计。宁波市政府于2022年发布了关于完整、准确、全面贯彻新发展理念，做好碳达峰、碳中和工作的实施方案，为高质量实现碳达峰、碳中和明确了顶层制度设计，科学有序推进碳达峰、碳中和目标的实现。一是加快能源结构低碳化，大力发展光伏、风电等可再生能源，合理规划生物质能、氢能产业布局。二是产业结构低碳化，逐步健全绿色低碳循环发展的经济体系，将碳排放强度纳入母均论因循的指标体系。三是开展城市绿色低碳化建设，逐步更新形成绿色低碳城市和空间交通体系，开展建筑领域碳排放全生命周期在线监测评估。四是提升海洋农林的碳汇能力。五是全域绿色低碳化，人人都是参与者。二是企业实施绿色制造业。宁波市积极推进绿色制造业发展先行区，持续推进工业节能减碳，全市16个省级以上及制造类园区全部实现循环改造，率先走出了一条制造业城市绿色低碳高质量发展的新路。中石化宁波镇海炼化公司是中国最大的石油加工企业，它所在的宁波市镇海区是中国7大石化基地之一，企业和地方共同打造1+23无废石化基地建设，实现工业固废和危险废物源头减量、无害化处理和资源化利用。区域内10余家基地化工企业全部建成省4级无废工厂。镇海炼化成功创建了以净零排放为标志的无废无异味绿色示范工厂。港口第三，港口开展绿色低碳化运行，首先是提高港口的岸电使用效率。目前，宁波港4大集装箱港区已实现高压岸电全覆盖使用。“十四五”期间，岸电使用总量将超过1500万千瓦时，替代燃油已逾2800吨，实现减碳7000吨。宁波港区新能源和清洁能源集卡比重达到60%，建设了宁波眉山地摊码头示范风光厨一体化项目，整个项目近期可以并网发电，预计清洁能源发电量5900多万千瓦时，可减少二氧化碳排放2.26万吨。4. 乡村积极探索零碳乡村建设。广大的农村也是我们宁波市绿色低碳发展实践的重要场所。海曙区龙关峡地处4闽山区，是典型的宁波特色山区。2014年起，通过政府、乡村、企业共同开发，在 里奥村实施了屋顶分布式光伏项目，装机容量60万瓦。2017年起，该村集体经济收入由此提高到200万元，村民年均收入突破4万元。该方式在龙关乡全县进行了推广。2019年以来，全乡二氧化碳净排放为负值，碳汇量达到2.8万吨，远远大于二氧化碳排放量0.4万吨。光电和水电并网发电已大于全乡用电量，真正实现了清洁绿电净输出，成为名副其实的零碳乡镇。龙关乡光伏村产业案例成功入选全球减贫案例。5. 全民参与共建绿色家园。宁波市倡导简约适度、绿色低碳的生活方式，在城市社区大力推动生活垃圾分类，让低碳无废成为在宁波看见文明中国的品牌的亮丽标识。宁波全市统一打造了再生资源全品类回收、分类、运输、循环利用的一条龙服务体系，服务覆盖居民超过200万人，累计实现垃圾减量31万吨，形成了政府主导、向企业运作、全民参与的垃圾分类宁波模式。目前，宁波城乡垃圾分类覆盖率100%，资源化利用率100%，无害化处理率100%，生活垃圾分类处理率超过80%。各位专家学者，以上通过政府、企业、港口、乡村、市民5个方面，分享了宁波市在绿色发展、低碳发展当中的一些典型做法。实际上，宁波市还有更多的、更好的绿色低碳发展实践案例。在此也诚邀各位专家学者到宁波市考察、交流、指导。谢谢大家。
您坐那儿，我们待会有一个简短的。Thank you very much, DDG Xu, and for sharing the great story about Ningbo. I'm also from Zhejiang province, so I'm very familiar with what Ningbo has done, and but a lot of new things to me as well. Particularly, I learned about Ningbo has done so many inspiring practice for low carbon development. I hope all audience can learn a lot about Ningbo's practice. So this is the all presentation for the panel discussion. I think though we run a little bit behind the schedule, but I still want to take this great opportunity to have the 3 panelists, speakers on the stage. And I have a last question, burning question to 3 of them. And then we have 5 minutes break for coffee. So I hope this is bearable to everybody. Please, Professor Ma and Professor Tan. DG Zhang comes at the right time. So now it's your time to also be on the stage, answer my burning questions. 张婷，您上来，最后还有争取10分钟结束。给4位嘉宾，我准备了几个问题，但是很快让大家能够有咖啡喝，因为 because the full panelists are Chinese, so probably for the efficiency, I will ask them in Chinese, though my Chinese is not as good as others. 4位那个尊敬的那嘉宾，经过这上午的这个非常详实的讨论，大家都给了很好的这个演讲，包括很详实的数据。所以呢，我有一个问题，其实我准备了2个问题，但是我想归结到底是一个问题，给大家一些自由度。就是我们谈了很多的挑战，也有很多的机会，怎么平衡经济发展和气候变化？这肯定是一个绕不过去的话题。像陕西还有宁波都是很好的典范，但是我想你肯定有问题。在你怎么能够均衡好这样的一个发展？所以我想 问这两位领导呢，你们能不能给出一个例子，在你们碰到这样困难的决策有困难的情况下，怎么说服你们的领导或者是决策部门来往下做？对两位学者型的那个嘉宾，你们都提出了里头有一些挑战，你们的一些思路，你给我举一个例子，哪块东西是现在还缺失的？尤其跟亚航来说，亚航能够帮着这里头做什么？所以这是这个问题给那两位嘉宾的。好，那我先把第一个问题交给张听，因为他刚才出去休息了，所以问题先给您。当您碰到有困难的这个决策的时候，经济发展和气候变化存在不一样的理解的情况下，您怎么说服你的上级领导，或者是你的公共部门？来支持你的那个建议或者决策，举一个这样的例子。待会同样的问题问徐婷。
我其实还没回过神儿来，您提的这个问题，就是，您是不是问，就是如果说，发展和这个
气候变化，
如果出现矛盾的时候、冲突的时候，怎么说服这个上级领导，
或者是预算部门给你钱，让你做这样的工作？
一个呢，就是中国政府呀，特别是习近平主席提出来双碳战略2030和2060，这个应该在我们中国的全社会已经形成了一个共识。这个包括我刚才看到什么巴黎协定那个叫共同但有区别的责任啊，这些对各级政府已经深入人心。第二个，我个人觉得就是，如果说在经济增长和这个，那一定是让渡于气候变化，因为我们现在这个已经到了中央政府一再讲，这不是别人让我们做，是我们自己必须做，我们自己要承担的社会或者国际责任。因为陕西呢，这个是能源大省，所谓的能源大省，实质上主要是化石能源大省。这个省委省政府在提出这个目标的时候，一定是把作为一个叫非能，或者就是降低化石能源作为一个考核的指标。比如说我们工业增长，它一定就是看的是非能工业的指标。所以这个也倒逼我们，就是一个是要技术进步，另外一个特别是对我们铸件领域来说，实际上我们是，刚才我也在给大家的汇报里头说38左右这个数字，我们是这个贡献大户，当然这个贡献是带引号的，打双引号的这个贡献，所以我们这个空间还很大。刚才我说的，比如说地热资源。有很丰富的地热资源，但是我们现在只有4600平米，4600万平米。我是想着要把它做到，比如说1亿或者是2个亿，这样的话，既循环利用，另外又是分布式能源，又降低化石能源这么一个，这都是一些很有效的举措。谢谢
张听，听懂了，这个 KPI 很重要。Just like ADB, we also have KPI. So follow the KPI, then you can convince the authority to make sure the target will be achieved. So 下面我请徐主任讲一下宁波的故事，舒长古今，港通天下，怎么讲这个故事？
各位专家学者，刚才我们陕西的领导也讲了，低碳发展、循环发展。在我们政府、企业、社会当中都已经深入人心了。那么是主持人提讲的，就是经济发展和低碳发展之间的矛盾的解决，实际上可能这个矛盾可能是加引号的。那么实际上低碳本身就是经济发展的一个突破点，特别是像我们宁波 是在经济社会发展到，特别是工业经济发展到一定程度的时候，低碳发展、绿色发展，确切是我们经济发展当中的一个增长点和突破点。首先呢，比如说在我们工业领域，我们大力发展了光伏产业，我们拥有了就是那个东方日升、锦浪科技等一大批市值超过100多亿，最高的时候能到300多亿的大型企业。第二呢，我们就像我刚才分享当中的，我们在港口领域采取了绿电的用岸电的模式，这实际上也是工业投资领域对港口产业当中一个新的增长。第三呢，刚才我分享当中的一些分享当中的那个乡村零碳建设，实际上它的建设也是我们一家光伏企业和村民共同合作，利用屋顶的面积建设光伏电厂。那么政府在这当中加以协调和推进，那么既促进了我们光伏产业的发展，也更促进了我们绿色电能的发展，也促进了我们农村居民收入的增长。我就回答这个，谢谢主持人。
谢谢徐主任，谢谢两位那个政府领导对跟我们的一些分享，我觉得这个非常的重要，因为亚行和政府的交流是非常密切的，我们通过跟政府的政策对话，也得到政府领导认可，这些国际机构和这个商业机构的一些运作才能够实施下去。下面我问两位学术界的那个老师，我先问马老师，最后把问题留给谭老师，谭老师做最后的总结。马老师，你的这个讲座是小而美，这个中小型城市，麻雀虽小，五脏俱全。The county level actually small, but equipped with everything. So he cannot finish all these key points. I give him the chance. What is the missing parts you think the county level must do at this stage to make sure the low carbon transition? Professor Ma.
The county level's position, I was thinking you asked the role of ADB. Maybe I talk about from ADB's perspective, the level, and what role can play. 2 points, I think, and that's English. Yeah, climate change is the issue has been long for Western country, particularly from Europe, and this concern of action has been take off after the central government declared the Peking and neutrality rule in more recent years. So I think there's a lot of yes, there's quite a lot of innovative approach taken by the Chinese authority and different level of government and the people as well and enterprise. I think there's still some area and space to learn to improve from international best practice. In this sense, I think the MDB like ADB could play a role to help to formulate a certain way, particularly how to use the market-oriented approach. Because we all know the Chinese situation is slightly different to a certain degree, and a top-down approach has been very much, I mean, to do things, include take action for climate change, and how to effectively use the market-oriented approach, even at county level, and through a formulation of a pilot, maybe, as I tried to mention during my talk, maybe they can formulate or design a pilot at county level, how to really put this technology or technical solution on the ground, consider all the interest of stakeholder from government to private, to enterprise, and to individual, and put the whole whole picture. I think that's a multi-level agency like ADB could help. And there's many good story or cases in other countries. I think ADB has a lot of experience, given this Clean Energy Forum has run for 20 years. And second point, maybe I just pretty quick. I attended that pre-forum event. I mean, on Monday. I think I heard quite a lot, many times mentioned collaboration, South collaboration. And of course, South part can have a lot of things to learn from North. I mean, develop the economy, but the collaboration between South and developing countries, such as the way to learn from Chinese experience in other developing countries, can be a good area to look at. In one sentence, in the end, climate change or carbon neutrality is not only one single country's effort or duty. Not only one country can make a job done. So it's a collective approach. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ma. This is a great point. Knowledge sharing, South-South sharing, definitely is one of the theme of ADB's all knowledge work. So we really hope such kind of exchange, not just among the Chinese participants later on, offline, and other colleagues can approach the speakers here. So now I leave the last parts and also the best part to Professor Tan, 给谭老师。谭老师是非常经验丰富的政策制定者、研究者，而且也是实践者。所以呢，想听听谭老师，你从万里高空这样设计这个政策，怎么让亚航做具体的工作，然后呢，让别的一些国家也能够从中国的这个经验里头学到一些东西。谭老师，
好，谢谢主持人。我想简要的在您第一个问题的过程中基于两位这个地方领导的过程，我想补充一下国家层面的战略。您第一个问题问到如何平衡经济和这个应对气候变化的这种发展，我想从我今天汇报的这个3个这个 part 里面，我们看到整个国际层面也是在实现碳中和战略，是市场和这个科技双驱动。那么其实中国在整个1+N的框架里，也是首先从顶层设计上考虑了发展和减排的关系。我们可以看到，我们1+N的这个框架里，我们专门有整个技术创新驱动贯穿了我们整个应对气候变化的这么一个方案里面。那么其实中国在整个双碳战略里1+N框架里，也是将技术创新驱动作为实现经济增长和应对气候变化的一个主要的抓手。那么我们国内现在讨论的新3样，那么其实就是这个特别典型的这么一个内容。那么我们这无论是陕西的领导，还是这个我们宁波的领导，还是马老师讲到了县城层面，我想它都是我们这个在国家层面推动整个技术这种创新，然后呢巩固了这个能源技术的这个装备优势，包括在未来提升这个光伏，包括这个新能源汽车和锂电池一系列的这么一个进程中，包括在“十四五”期间提升科技，特别是能源体系的这种研发，关注储能和氢能。那么我们今天讲的这个陕西也好，包括我们陕西的能源转型，包括我们的宁波的港口，包括我们这个县城的这个试点，我想都是呈现了这么一个科技创新驱动来推进这个平衡和经济和这个减排的这么一个内容。那么基于您提到的，就是说在整个这个进程里，我想亚航这么多年，特别是在中国整个能源经济、能源的转型、绿色的这种复苏，包括清洁技术的开发，那么亚航都跟中国进行了一系列卓有成效的这么实践。那么特别是在整个双碳战略以来呢，我看到这个亚航去年底也跟生态环境部，包括中国的绿交所等等联合推进了这个气候投资加速的这个平台。那么您提到的就是有什么更好的这个内容，我想也是围绕整个中国碳中和的这么一个进程。那么其实亚航过去也积累了非常丰富的这种经验。那么在我们整个中国实现低碳，包括碳中和这个战略过程中，包括气候投资这里面，其实还有很大的这种障碍。那我观察到的是，那可以马上就是跟国内的一些金融机构来合作，来打通政营企之间的这个平台，特别是根据亚航的这种国际的这种经验，研发适合这个发展中国家，特别适合中国的这种气候投资的产品和工具，能够真正的引导低碳技术的这种提供者、研发者和投资者之间的这个壁垒，引导和撬动资金，真正的助力到有价值的这个领域。我想这就是可以做的一件事儿。其实呢，在整个过程中，我觉得亚航通过这个知识和这个经历和经验的这个在中国的这种合作，也能够发现若干的最佳不同 实践的这个情景和最佳的这种场景，也能够赋能和传播到其他的发展中国家。那么也可以，刚刚那个马老师提到南南的这种平台，我觉得亚航也可以跟中国的这个南南的这种平台，从全领域的最佳的这个实践的这个情景里去传播新的这个最佳的这个实践给其他的发展中国家。好，我就说这几点。
好，谢谢四位嘉宾的分享。因为时间有限，我也不再邀请在座的参会者提别的问题了。我觉得是有一句中文话叫“道且长，行则将至”，所以呢，希望大家都能够在这个嘉宾非常 promising、非常正面的理解经济发展和气候变化的挑战的过程中，我们真正做事儿肯定有很多的困难。那么在这个过程中，我希望大家都能够有一定的耐心，也有一定的智慧，跟各方进行多交流。不仅是中方的参会人员、外方的参会人员等等，都是一个共享的知识平台。亚航在这里头一定是尽我们最大的努力来帮助大家做好这样的一个协调。特别感谢我们能源处钟厚、张雷还有别的一些同事们对这次活动的，我觉得大力支持，能够把大家聚合在一起。所以到此今天第一节的那个 session 就结束，给所有的这些 panelists 的另外一轮的这个鼓掌，谢谢大家。也谢谢大家的那个 patience. Thank you so much for your patience. Very sorry, we got so much delay, but hope you still can have some break if you want. If not, I think the next session will start within 5 minutes, according to the next moderator. Thank you so much for participation.
Okay, now we'll start this session. So good morning to all of you distinguished speakers and guests. Good morning again. So welcome to today's project session. So the theme of this session is cross-sectoral approach, adapting integrated solutions to promote low carbon and sustainable development in China. My name is Han Wei. I'm from Energy Foundation China. I'm the Program Director of International Cooperation Task Force. So it was my big pleasure and honor to be the moderator of this session. And also I would like to extend our great gratitude to our ADB colleagues to co-host this side event together with Energy Foundation China. So thanks for all your hard working, and I do believe we'll have a very successful event today. So following the previous session of high-level keynote speech and also the policy session sharing the key national and subnational policy progress of the China carbon peaking and neutrality progress. So we for this session we will have more talking about these integrated solutions, how to promote the low carbon development in China. So now today we have a very exciting lineup of our speakers to share their insights and successful case studies adapting integrated solutions in various sectors. So I will, since we will have a very tight agenda and this morning, so I will not go through all the, read their bios, introduction about themselves, and you can also find their bios in the ADB website and also the event APP. I do believe you all download that APP. So, and also since we have time limitation, and I do encourage all the speakers to stick to your time control, and we can have a lunch on time. So first, I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Lei Zhang, who is a unit head of project administration in the Energy Sector Office and ADB. He will provide a briefing on ADB's flagship program, their air quality improvement program in the greater Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei region. Please welcome Mr. Zhang.
Good morning. I will speak quickly to save the time. So this is an overall overview of this greater BTH program. This morning when VP Scott made opening remarks, he also highlighted this flagship program funded by ADB. My briefing just cover 5 aspects why this program is needed and what needs to be done and how ADB has responded, as well as the key lessons experiences from this program. At the last part of there will be a video play. We made a 10 minutes video to introduce this program. This BTH program actually started from 2015. At that time, in China, especially in the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region, the air pollution is very heavy. It's a big issue. There are many cities do not meet the accepted air quality, and also this has caused serious damage to the health as well as the economy. At the time, the government set up this very comprehensive action plan for air pollution prevention and control, covering 2017 to 13 to 17. Later stage, in 2018, government issued a new called 3-year action plan to combat blue sky wall, basically to expand the coverage from the greater Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region to include Yangtze River Delta. The reason is because in the later stage, the source of the air pollutant has been changed, and also in order to achieve the low carbon development goals, such as carbon peaking and neutrality goals, the greenhouse gas emission is also another focus to be is a government focus. So this region has been extended in the later stage of this program to cover Yangtze River Delta, so that within China, 50% of GDP, more than 400 million people, actually has been benefited from this program. What needs to be done to address those challenges? First is, of course, is strengthening the policy framework. Second is to leverage investments. And third is also to deploy the technologies. How ADB has done, we took this cross-sectoral coverage and the programmatic approach to do in order to provide the policy, financing, and the technology supports. This is also targets, as mentioned, not only air pollutants reduction, but also greenhouse gas reduction. So this program actually, we consider, has been developed in the phases as well. The first stage, covering 2015 to 2017, mainly is to build the institutional foundation for the for this program by strengthening the policy framework and also developing the financing platforms. And from the second stage, starting from 2018, the technology has been deployed, focusing on specific provinces, such as Shandong and Henan, which has very serious different features about this air pollutant pollution. Here is overall the 8 loans ADB has been supported under this program. You can see here, actually from the ADB own resources, total is $2.5 billion. Among the 8 loans, there are 5 financial intermediation loans, 1 result-based lending, 1 policy-based loan, and 1 project loan. So majority is financial intermediation loan is because they're this leveraging issue. They can leverage not only from the development partners, but also from the domestic resources to maximize the development impact. Here is show this PM 2.5 concentrations this changing status starting from 2020 until 2010 to 2020. In 2015, actually, the average this concentration of the PM 2.5 is 73 micrograms per cubic meters in this region. In 2 years ago, 2022, this has been reduced to 44 micrograms. Definitely, the ADB's this BTH program has contributed to it. Key lessons to address the cross-sectoral and air pollution and the greenhouse gas emission issues. A programmatic and integrated approach to provide long-term policy, financing, and technology support. This is needed. So first, most needed actually is a strong government commitment and the executing agency and the agency's ownership. This is the most vital. And then flexible design to adapt to the government evolving policies and the priority is necessary. Inclusive financing targeting the various stakeholders, leveraging from local financial institutions and private sector is essential. And also, of course, advanced technology and innovative business models are important. Actually, the last three lessons actually mainly can be contributed by financial intermediary loan. That's also one of the reasons why among A loans there are 5 financial intermediary loan. Thank you very much. So now we can play this video to introduce this program. We have one 10-minute video, just introduce the whole program.
Air pollution, a consequence of rapid urban development, plagues the greater Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei BTH region in the north of the People's Republic of China, PRC. Since early 2010s, with PM 2.5 levels soaring, the greater BTH region was casting a thick and hazardous haze over cities, spotlighting urgent air quality crises. Recognizing the urgency, the government of the PRC issued the Air Pollution Prevention Control Action Plan in 2013. Subsequent policies, like the 3-year action plan for winning the Blue Sky War, reinforced commitments to cleaner air, pushing for industry upgrades and cleaner energy. Despite substantial investment, achieving good air quality requires additional funding sources. In 2015, the government of the PRC and the Asian Development Bank, ADB, agreed on a multi-year lending program, which aimed at mutually reinforcing the government actions on air pollution reduction in the greater BTH region. An integrated approach was applied to address financing gaps, air pollution, coal-based industrial development, mitigate climate change, and improve the welfare of vulnerable groups. From 2015 to 2020, ADB provided loans up to $2.45 billion to 8 projects under the program to support the PRC in addressing air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. ADB's support focuses on policy reform, application of new technologies, innovative financing mechanism and business models, and focus on capacity building to address air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions issues. Through tailored loan modalities and financial products, the Greater BTH program promoted advanced technologies catering to the needs of different stakeholders, with a strong commitment to inclusivity and diversity. This program also leveraged co-financing from both international and domestic financial institutions, including the World Bank, KfW, China Development Bank, among others. The first loan under this program became effective in 2015. It was ADB's first policy-based loan approved in the PRC that focused on policy reforms and regulatory capacity strengthening in Hebei province. In 2014, Hebei province faced extremely severe air pollution. Except for Zhangjiakou, the annual average PM 2.5 concentration in all other cities exceeded PRC's national Class 2 standard. However, the Hebei provincial government had difficulties in mobilizing financing to implement the air pollution control policies. This policy-based loan helped the government effectively respond to the urgent policy reform and financial needs in Hebei. Throughout the process, coordination among ADB, KfW, and the World Bank provided financial assistance. KfW contributed $167 million in co-financing to the program. In addition, the World Bank concurrently provided $500 million to support Hebei through the policy-based lending approach. Shandong Green Development Fund project is another project that benefited from co-financing. By co-financing with KfW, AFD, and particularly a $100 million grant from the Green Climate Fund, this project demonstrated an innovative leveraging mechanism to catalyze private, institutional, and commercial capital for the development of climate-responsive infrastructure and business in Shandong Province. ADB approved 5 financial intermediation loans within the program to bridge the funding gap for reducing air pollutants from energy, transportation, urban development, and agriculture. These projects were inclusively designed to target a wide range of sub-borrowers, including financial leasing companies, energy service companies, small and medium-sized enterprises, and startup companies. The successful implementation of China National Investment and Guarantee Corporation's Green Financing Platform project demonstrated that providing suitable financial products to local clients is essential. The project has been awarded as one of 30 best practices of nature-based solutions at the 2019 United Nations Climate Action Summit and won the Global Green Finance Innovation Award in 2020. This led to a scale-up project in 2020, Green Financing Scale-Up Project, aiming to elevate domestic climate bond standards to international levels. The project supported the issuance of the first domestic clean air bond, complying with both standards of the Climate Bonds Initiative and the Multilateral Development Bank safeguards requirements, attracting wide attention from financial institutions and green bond issuers.
亚航项目是中投保在发改委、财政部、国投集团的顶层设计和大力支持下，携手亚航在绿色投融资领域的开展的创新探索。亚航项目遵循国际 ESG 概念，感谢亚航对中投保 ESG 能力的建设的培养和支持。未来，中投保将继续致力于做好绿色金融大文章，为践行国家双碳战略、助力绿色可持续发展贡献力量。
China Energy Conservation and Environmental Protection Group is another agency that adopted financial intermediation loan modality. Given its technical advantages and industry-leading role in energy conservation and environmental protection, this project promoted the adoption of high-level technologies in high energy consumption and pollution sectors, such as comprehensive utilization of the waste heat and byproduct hydrogen to replace fossil fuel consumption in the chemical industry park, and integrated treatment of household waste and industrial waste to generate green electricity and produce recycled construction material. An environment and social management system was developed for financial intermediaries to screen, assess, and monitor sub-projects, effectively managing safeguard risks. A sequence of capacity-building events has been systematically carried out.
中节能亚航基金项目采用母子基金运作模式，引导资金支持节能减排先进技术，以5亿美元亚航贷款撬动至少15亿美元社会资本，依托中国节能产业资源优势，将行业领先的节能减排技术推广并应用于高污染高耗能行业。
In Henan Province, the Cleaner Fuel Switch investment program marked a milestone by utilizing the results-based lending modality, the first of its kind for infrastructure projects in the PRC. This program supports government-owned program through a performance-based form of financing. Disbursements of ADB loan are linked to the achievement of results instead of inputs made. This program is expected to support Henan Province to reduce the share of coal in primary energy consumption from 67.4% in the year 2019 to 58% by 2030. Moreover, by incorporating gender-responsive disbursement-linked indicators, ADB ensures that women are empowered and benefited directly from the program.
玉天新能源服务农村居民用户，为我们这些选择留在家乡的年轻人提供了很好的就业机会。
公司在招聘的时候，同等条件下优先聘用女性员工，我感觉自己在工作岗位上也能发光发热。
然后在农村啊，是用的天然气，确实比液化气便宜，还干净，还省心。
The Shandong Clean Heating and Cooling Project integrated renewable energy technologies and waste heat recovery from industry and power plants, and strived to offer cleaner and more efficient heating solutions economically. Responding to the calls for global climate mitigation, the project aims to phase out coal-based heating in rural households around Jinan City, opting instead for clean alternatives like air source heat pumps, electric boilers, and geothermal systems. By leveraging government incentives, upfront costs for heating solutions are lowered, making them accessible to rural households. With the technical expertise of the heating companies, tailored solutions are identified, managed, and delivered to households. These efforts have significantly contributed to improving air quality and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, laying the foundation for a cleaner and more sustainable future. In 2022, the annual concentration of PM 2.5 in the greater BTH region dropped by 39.7% from the 2015 baseline to 44 micrograms per cubic meter. Sulfur dioxide was reduced by 73.7% to 10 micrograms per cubic meter, and nitrogen oxide fell by 37.0% to 29 micrograms per cubic meter. The ratio of days with good air quality increased by 9.8% to 86.5%. The Green Financing Platform project, which was closed in 2022, has avoided over 5.16 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions in the year of 2024 compared with 2015. Now, the public in the greater BTH region is breathing cleaner air, leading to improved health outcomes and overall well-being. Air pollution, a consequence of rapid urban development.
Great. First, thanks, Mr. Zhang, for introducing the overall framework of ADB's flagship program of Jinjinji program. So we do see there's a lot of innovative mechanism and approach used to promote the low carbon development and air pollution management in this region. And so we also be very thirsty and need to learn more about what are these innovative approach. So now we will have a deep dive into some case studies of this great Jinjinji program. So next we will have Mr. Mingbai Liu, Deputy Director General of the Department of International Green Finance and Cooperation and China National Investment and Guarantee Corporation. He will present a case study under this Great Jinjinji program on diversified financial products and industry inclusive financing within the Great Jinjinji program. So please welcome Mr. Mingbai Liu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to have so many old friends and new friends here to listen to a story of China. And as my topic said, that it's a story about IMG. It's also kind of part of the story of China. Although it has a long way to go to tell a very good story of China, but I think it will be more and more attractive. And I'm Liu Mingbai from ING, and thanks to the video that we have know little about our project and the company. And I think a little bit introduction of my company will do some help to better understand what I'm going to say. And ING was founded in 1993 as the first guarantee company in China by MOF and SETC, now the NDRC. And it has been leading in the guarantee business in China and also leading green finance business in the guarantee industry. And ING has a very long story and experience in the green finance since 2003, when we first have the World Bank project that to give guarantee to ESCOs to help them to carry out energy performance contract project. And from 2017, just a step closely in line with the ADB phase 1 and phase 2, that we have the phase 1 from 2017 and the phase 2 from 2021, that we call it ADB project phase 1, phase 2, just to make a air quality improvement in the Great BTH region. And our goal is to establish a green finance platform. And these three pictures are for the historical monument for the World Bank project and the ADB project. Okay, let's come to the introduction of the project. And the phase 1 and the phase 2 together will make 585 million euros. That's about $650 sovereign loan. And we use this loan to carry out our air quality improvement project to provide a public project, a public benefit to the whole world, not only limited to China. And our vision of this project is to make some contribution to air quality improvement, and at the same time to facilitate the construction of SME's credit system. And we will take a full use of ING's guarantee ability to make a full play to the leverage effect of the ADB loan. And finally, our final goal is to make a sustainable green financing platform and to make a far-reaching effect of this ADB project, even when it comes to close of this project. And our targeted sectors generally are roughly divided into 4 sections. One is clean energy. We will do our best to promote the use of clean energy. And the second is the energy saving and the emission reduction. And the third one is green transportation. And the fourth one is to waste to energy. Of course, as the project goes on, that we found that a lot of projects that are not included in the 4 categories. And as the design that we have a geologic location for the sub-projects, that is 8 provinces and cities for the phase 1, and in phase 2, we stretched our support to another 4 in Yangtze River. That is together 12 cities. This is a total performance of our project since these 6 years, and we have conducted about 120 sub-projects, and all this. What I want to focus is that we have a leverage effect about 24 billion of the social capital to motivate this kind of fund to the green investment. And we have covered all the 12 cities and the regions, and there are another 2 that we have sub-projects there. And these are the figures of the social effect, and also this means that and also explains that how we can have a clean air. And as the video says just now, and these are awards and achievements that we obtained and granted for these years. So as we come to the ACF, that Mr. Zhang told me that we should pay more attention to our highlights. Yes, the first one of ANG's project is that we can provide a diversified and customized service and support to the borrowers to meet different kinds of demand. The first one is guaranteed. That is ANG's main business. That in our ADB project that we setting a guarantee loss reserve to make it capable and possible to carry out a guarantee mechanism. And in phase 2, we go further, that we make a credit enhancement scheme, especially and only for the clean air bond. And this is a concept that created and innovated by ADB and NG, that in this bond that we can, NG can provide guarantee, and we can use the loan to make investment that we can subscribe and buy some of the bond. And this bond should be aligned with PRC's domestic green bond standard and ADB's ESMS standard and the CBI standard. So this is a very strict and green bond. And also we have equity investment and entrusted loans to support all kinds of needs. And in this entrusted loans, that we also can provide loans, on-landed loans to leasing companies to enable them to do some sub-projects that meet the demands and the requirements of our ADB sub-project. And these are some cases that we have done. And the first one is rooftop solar PV that NG has established a fintech technology that we can collect all kinds of informations through the internet and do it very convenient to help the local farmers to get financed to build solar substations over their roofs. And we can call it kind of inclusive finance for this project. And this is the first CAB project in China, and we have seen it in the. And I want to pay more, take 2 minutes to have a introduction of this CAB. And the military, the company, when we first come to it, it was very difficult in getting financed. And NG helped them to issue the first bond that helped to get financed and with very low interest. So at this time, it issued a CAB project that we facilitate the issuance of the asset-based note ABM project. And we can see that it has a very low interest rate for about 2.37%. And also this kind of CAB about the issuance of the fund. The fund raised will be used for the construction of urban and rural bus intelligent integration project in the city of Anhui province. And this is the equity investment project. We also use this money, the fund raised, invested to establish or to construct a sub-project. So after all these years that we have something to share, that we have our features, and also I think the most important is that we have established our team focusing on the green finance in the guarantee business. Thank you all.
How funds work to promote the innovative technologies application? Let me tell the story of CCP. Low carbon and sustainable development faces market failures and barriers in three major areas. First, end-of-pipe control measures give immediate benefits but do not address the underlying issues, which deserve more attention. Second, investment in pollution reduction is capital intensive and modest return. In contrast with capacity diversification and expansion, companies are reluctant to pour money into positive externalities. Even mandated by regulatory agencies, they won't even mandated by regulatory agencies if not backed by a sustainable mechanism, it won't last long. Third, as to the supply of sustainable financing solution, there is absence of appropriate financing vehicles and instruments. Investors are faced with environmental and social risks in addition to financial and technical ones. With the help of ADB, Loan 3629 is implemented to remove market failures and barriers to deploying advanced and clean technologies. We try to create an enabling mechanism for sustainable development. The facility has a fund-of-fund structure with three types of complementary investment fund. It receives 428 million euros from ADB to carry out direct investment and to leverage financing from local governments, industries, and institutional investors. Sub-projects are selected for energy saving and pollution reduction potentials. By far, 4 funds have been set up with a total size of 5 billion. We have invested 3.7 billion in and mobilized 28 billion for 19 sub-projects. Investments in the following areas have been scaled up, such as residual heat utilization, the treatment of fugitive emissions, energy-efficient buildings, etc. These sub-projects bring significant positive environmental benefits due to emission reduction and clean heating. The first experience I'd like to share is matching risk profiles. We match a client's risk, we assess a client's risk profile and adapt our financing solutions to its requirements. A chemical industry has identified great potential for energy efficiency and emission reduction in its chemical industrial park. It wanted to take end-of-pipe measures. In addition, it planned to upgrade its industrial process, which would resolve the root causes of pollution. Having decided what to do, the company was confronted with challenges. In fact, a large share of energy efficiency potential remains untapped because it's capital intensive, and it's perceived as highly risky to invest in high and emerging technologies. If registered capital were not secured sufficiently, that funding won't be accessible. To close the finance gap and unlock the untapped potential, we made an assessment based on CCP's expertise and concluded that the sub-project would be financially viable. So we make a direct investment to raise that funding for the sub-borrower to raise that funding from banks timely. At the same time, we leverage social capital at sub-fund level. The second tranche of capital was supplemented to the sub-borrower. Eventually, clean technologies have been successfully implemented, and the sub-borrower has experienced continuous growth and its valuation increases. The second experience is financing new technologies. Heat pumps are recognized as clean heat technology in energy transition. It enables an efficient use of renewable energy, and it reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 60 to 80% compared with coal-fired boilers. We have invested in the deployment of 4 heat pump technology. They are air source heat pumps, geothermal heat pumps, absorption heat pumps, and sewage source heat pumps. We offer the long tenures to match the long-term payback period of renewable energy investment. The last but not least experience is promoting inclusive and sustainable development. In this project of smart, green, and energy-efficient complex, it has achieved both environmental and social benefits. It applied decarbonization technologies to buildings. Building sector is one of the 3 largest sectors of energy consumption and carbon emissions. It also benefited the residents of the village where the sub-project was located. That's on the social side. To broaden the channels for farmers to increase their incomes, a policy has been formulated, i.e. collective construction land for commercial use entering the market. It's one of the major tasks for rural revitalization stipulated in #1 Central Document for 2023. This progress contributes to common prosperity among farmers in rural areas. Besides, it supported the sub-borrower, a small-sized enterprises who finally got financial support for development. Compared with large enterprises, small SMEs face more hurdles in accessing local credits because of higher credit risk and lower credit ratings. This investment turns an inclusive idea into reality. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yang Le, Senior Project Manager from CSF Fund. There we go. So following the introduction from my colleague on our project, I will be focusing more on a single sub-project to highlight some of the key features that exemplify our dedication to developing sustainable and energy efficient buildings. As you can see in the slides, there are 10 features. Due to the matter of time, I will only choose some of them to demonstrate how each system works and what's its ultimate result in terms of carbon reduction and energy saving. The first is Sponge City. Sponge City is not a new idea, but what is new is how we incorporate through different parts of the building to realize this concept. We have rainwater garden, green roof, second green space, permeable pavement, and a rainwater recovery facility. So to better understand the Sponge City idea, I have to introduce a new concept. The rainwater runoff reduction rate. It means how much water the building absorbs from rainwater so that it can alleviate the pressure of our urban sewage system. As you can see, some of the features can reduce the rainwater up to 18%. And we all know due to the climate change over the past few years all around the world, the occurrence frequency of extreme weather has gone way up. And this feature is a really significant feature to help us to build a sustainability, especially in terms of the urban sewage system. Next is the smart irrigation. Some of you may know that green space watering contributes a lot of water usage for our building system. With smart irrigator that has sensor to its surrounding environment humidity and temperature, it can save up to 30 to 50% of the water compared to traditional irrigation. And also we will use a small amount of unconventional water, which is the rainwater that we stored from the last featured Sponge City. Next is the daylight system. So the daylight system in our sub-project is really a demonstration of modern engineering with a pattern design that filters the harmful ultraviolet ray and also reflect up to 99.7% of the nature light. It not only saves energy, but also provide a higher quality of light in our space. Next one is the architectural shading. So our architectural shading are composed of two parts: the fixed shading board and adjustable external shading system. This feature not only provide aesthetical appeal, but also serve a functional purpose by reducing solar heat gain and enhancing the thermal comfort of our buildings. The beam system. The beam system is really one of the most important fundamental part of our whole project, because it helps us or enable us to realize the combination of different systems and to optimize the integration of a various system at the design stage. Finally is the cloud platform. So the Chinese government has made a huge shift in terms of its national standard on green building. The shift has been made from energy saving and carbon reduction during the design process and the constructional process to the operational process. The data we can gather, stored, and analyzed to this cloud platform, and to help us to monitor our buildings to be more sustainable and adaptive in terms of the climate change. And more importantly, those stored data will be uploaded to the local authority on an annual basis to be decided whether this 3-star green building, which is the highest level in China, can be a continued 3-star building every year. So the ultimate result that from this sub-project, we can reduce almost 2.4 million kilowatt hours of electricity, and also we can reduce up to 15,000 tons of carbon on an annual basis. So this sub-project really is a showcase to that to our dedication to innovation, efficiency, and environmental stewardship. And I believe that we are looking forward to our continued collaboration with all of you guys to make this world a better place. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sun and Mr. Yang, for sharing your valuable insights. And I think the first 4 presentations print us the great Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei program by sharing the practice at different aspects, perspectives, at the different levels. So that's very informative. Next, we will have Ms. Feng Han, who is a Vice Chief Manager of Jinan Heating Group Company. She will present a case study on cutting-edge district clean heating and cooling solutions for a near-zero emission future in Jinan, Shandong Province. Please, let's welcome Ms. Feng Han.
尊敬的亚航官员、各位来宾，上午好。首先呢，借此机会感谢亚航的邀请，有幸参加这场充满激情与智慧的能源峰会，并给济南能源集团提供了这个交流的机会。在此呢，对亚航长期以来对济南能源集团亚航项目的关心支持，致以最衷心的感谢。下面呢，我借此机会自以下3个方面对亚航贷款项目的建设及亮点与大家进行分享。第一个就是项目的基本情况，为推动北方地区清洁取暖工作的快速实施， 实现碳中和、碳达标的目标。济南能源集团于2018年启动了利用亚行开发银行贷款建设山东省大气污染防治项目。2019年9月26日，财政部与亚行签订了贷款协议，用于支持济南市供热供冷行业的清洁生产、节能减排、低碳环保等先进技术和设备的引进与应用。该项目旨在通过余热利用、气代煤、电代煤、地热及大温差改造等先进的供热方式，满足城市发展不断增加的清洁、供热和制冷的需求，对济南市节能减排、雾霾治理有着积极的推动作用。该项目包含了3个子项目，估算总投资约42.11亿元人民币，共计申请了亚洲开发银行贷款3.5亿欧元。项目原建设期为2019年到2023年，在实施过程中受政策变化和规划调整的影响，也有就是大家都知道的疫情的影响，就是部分的子项目呢建设内容不再具备实施条件了。这样，该项目于2024年1月份启动了中期调整工作，取消了不具备实施条件的部分项目，新增了大温差改造项目的建设内容。项目于5月31日完成了调整手续的工作，目前正在建设过程准备中。项目主要分3个子项目，现在跟大家分享一下，简单介绍一下3个子项目的建设内容。第一个项目就是济南西部外热入己废热利用及多能互补清洁用能项目。主要建设内容主要是对19.7公里的城市热网进行了改造和提升。再一个建设内容，这个项目第2个建设内容就是清洁热源建设子项目，主要建设了2台75吨的高温高压循环硫化床生物质锅炉和配套的气轮发电机组，并配套建设了8.6公里的供热管网。第3部分呢，就是分布式清洁能源建设子项目，就是在集中供热管网尚未达到或集中供热范围内热源明显不足的区域，建设了8处分布式能源站。同时呢，对济南市西部地区255个座换热站进行了大温差改造。第2个子项目就是商河冬季清洁取暖无煤化示范项目。这个项目就是利用地热能、燃气锅炉、空气源等清洁能源供热，在商河的城区、乡镇核心区、高新开发区、农村地区建设地热井及地热能源站、换热站及配套管网，并对城区的40.55万平方米的非节能建筑进行了建筑节能改造。第3个子项目就是济南中央商务区区域能源工程，该工程是利用华电章丘电厂的发电余热，为中央商务区及周边地区进行了供热，建设了42座换热站以及配套管网15公里，新增采暖面积713万平米，这样供冷面积新增242万平方米，建设了约57公里的城区供热管网，供热服务面积4152万平米，改造提升济南市历山路以东大温差换热站106座。目前这3个子项目的建设进展情况，就是商河这个冬季无煤化示范线项目目前已经全部建成，济南西部外热入己废热利用及多能互补清洁用能项目和济南中央商务区项目，由于本次调整后新增了大温差改造的建设内容，目前正在开展新增项目的建设准备工作，预计2025年整体项目全部完成。第2部分主要是介绍一下项目实施的亮点。本项目第一个亮点就是助力打造全国首个无煤化清洁取暖示范线。商河县拥有丰富得天独厚的地热资源，运用深层地热井加水源热泵加回灌技术，实现了只取热不取水，建立回灌远程自动化监测系统，实现了对全县地热水抽水量和回灌量等数据的实时监测，有效避免了因引热造成地下水沉降。该项目惠及商河县城区19个地热采暖小区，供暖面积200万平米，探索出了中心镇地热集中供暖的模式。同时，在农村清洁取暖方面，商河县为农村安装了近3.3万台空气源热泵，助力商河空气质量考核位居全济南市第1。 第二个亮点是助力国内首个同套管网集中供热和供冷示范项目，建设了济南国际金融城南部能源中心，为 CBD 提供绿色舒适的供热供冷双保障，满足了片区供热690万平米、供冷200万平米的供热需求。南部能源中心的集中供冷和供暖采用了同一套管网系统，冬季供暖的时候，通过常输管网将章丘电厂余热输送到 CBD 片区，夏季集中供冷时又转换为输送冷源，这在中国北方地区冷热同供领域是规模最大的，为山东打造低碳区域能源树立了标杆。对于集中供冷项目，一方面集中建设的制冷设备装机容量要远低于用户自建的制冷设备之和，可以节省重复建设的成本和空间资源。另一方面，集中供冷采用的高效节能的机组效率更高，从而实现了二氧化碳的减排。第三个亮点就是助力国内首次脱硫塔前烟气余热回收项目成功投运。亚航贷款资助在济南市西部，一是实施了2台166兆瓦的水煤浆热水锅炉烟气余热回收系统和3台29兆瓦的烟气锅炉回收系统。项目投运后，每年可以节约标煤约1.5万吨，减排二氧化碳3.9万吨，烟粉尘652吨，二氧化硫368吨，氮氧化物226吨，节能效果是非常显著。二是在西部的雀山热源场建设了2台75兆瓦高温高压循环硫化床生物质锅炉和2套15兆瓦的抽拧式气轮发电机组，年消耗农林废物可达18.65万吨，节约标煤9.45万吨，全年发电量在2亿度以上。第四个亮点是助力研发全国同行业首个 ERP 智慧平台。为加快数字化转型的进程，能源集团研发了全国同行业首个综合资源管理系统，简称 ERP， 建设了生产运营中心、工程项目中心、采购管理中心、财务管理中心、行政管理中心、数据治理中心等6大数据中心。通过该系统，可全方位、多视角、自定义查询、统计、分析、监控海量数据，构建安全、可靠、开放、融合、共享的数据生态，实现发电、供热、供冷、燃气跨系统集成，实现人财物、传统能源与新能源的多资源要素整合，解决数据联通难、信息共享难、业务协同难等问题，解决工程合规性、投资成本控制、资产管理、复杂热网气网调度、运行成本分析、服务提升等方面存在的企业管理的痛点。尤其是在集中供热过程中，之前只能靠人工经验进行调控，现在 ERP 平台依据大数据，在供热出平衡的阶段，能够缩短57%的平衡调控时长，在团暖机运行过程中生成小时级的调控策略，并可实现供热系统动态调控过程中的平稳运行，大大提高了供热效率。该系统涵盖了包括亚航贷款项目在内的所有的在建项目，可通过智能调控系统对项目进行统计分析，实现了项目的全过程管理，提高了工程管理水平和建设效率。分享的第5个亮点是助力济南市中心城区热源节能降碳，既有小型燃煤热电机组有序退出运行。为节能减排，实现碳达峰的目标，2023年济南市政府启动了外热入给项目建设，其中实热入给项目于2013年实现了当年施工、当年投产，目前正在建设辽热入给项目，计划2025年投运。外热入给将集中热源产生的高温热水经过长距离的输送到达供热区域，可提高热源输送和利用效率，有效提高供热经济性，达到节能减排的效果。外热入给项目启动后，急需对中心城区换热站进行大温差改造。简单介绍一下大温差的情况。基于吸收式换热站大温差供热技术呢，是指在2级换热站处以吸收式热泵换热机组代替传统的板式换热器，在不改变2次网运行参数的前提下，使一次网回水温度降低到30度以下，拉大了供回水的温度，故称为大温差供热技术。本次亚航项目调整以后，新增 项目新增济南中心城大煤厂改造建设项目的内容，对中心城区361个换热站进行大煤厂改造。大煤厂改造通过降低回水温度呢，充分拉大供回水的温差，最大程度的提取供水中的热量，增加长输管网的输送能力，实现节能减排的目标，保证热网系统的经济和高效运行，对济南市节能减排、雾霾治理有着积极作用。2026年大温差项目全部建成以后，其规模在全国是首屈一指的。大温差项目全部建成后，济南能源集团的燃煤锅炉将退出运行，其中是部分锅炉拆除，部分作为调峰备用，这样逐渐实现近零排放。项目在全国处于领先地位，在供热行业起到了引领和示范作用。在亚行专项资金的帮助下，济南能源集团成功探索了余热回收、地热、冷热联供和节能减排等技术，在清洁能源技术革新中走在了同行业的前列，从而为高耗能、成本倒挂的同行业提供转型升级、降本增效、功能转换的解决方案成为可能，为打赢蓝天保卫战开创了新思路、新办法，具有较高的推广价值。这是长输管网，就是从电厂余热输送的长输管网的建设照片。第三块分享就是项目实施后的绩效。项目实施后，逐步替代了城区燃煤锅炉、燃煤的热源，改善济南市环境质量，每年可减少济南市采暖标煤量136.9万吨，减少二氧化碳排放量399万吨，减少二氧化硫排放量5347吨，减少氮氧化物排放量4536吨，减少烟尘排放量约1430吨。项目完成后，与项目实施前相比，可减少90%以上的煤炭消耗，减少90%以上的大气污染排放，具有极大的规模性和释放性。感谢亚洲开发银行一直以来对济南能源集团的大力支持。面向未来，济南能源集团将合理使用亚行贷款，全面积极推动项目建设。济南能源集团将从构建人类命运共同体高度、生态文明建设的高度、人与自然和谐共生的高度、深度，共谋绿色低碳高质量发展之路，为加快绿色转型扩大共识、凝聚力量、贡献智慧，为推动绿色发展做出最大的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Ms. Han, for your very informative presentation. Next, we will hear from Mr. Han Jianbo, Deputy Supervisor for the Project Management Office and Huhat City Gas and Heat Group Company. He will present a case study on clean heating using wind power in Inner Mongolia. Please, let's welcome Mr. Han Jianbo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here and in this forum. And firstly, I would like to extend my thanks to ADB for kind invitation. And my name is Han Jianbo, and I am from Long 3218 Project Management Office, and working at Huhat City Gas and Heat Group Company Limited. As a participant in China's low carbon story, I would like to introduce our project and share our experience. Huhat is the capital city of Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region, as an important central city in the northern of China, and with only 480 kilometers away from Beijing. Due to the geographical location, Huhat features distinct seasonal changes, with long and cold winters. The heating season lasts for like 183 days a year, making district heating project one of the most important livelihood projects in Huhat. Traditionally, the use of coal-fired boilers has been a predominant heating method in Huhat. The impact of coal transportation on environment, traffic, and the air pollutions caused by coal composition has an adverse effect on citizens' health and the environment. So this project adopts a district heating approach that integrating the CHP gas boilers and the electric wind power electric boilers. The total investment of the project is 2.429 billion Chinese yuan, and including 150 million US dollar from ADB loan. The construction commenced in 2016 and closing on October 31st, 2023. The project includes 3 heating rooms in Huhao City, Jinqiao, Xinjiaying, and Haoqingying. It includes 5 units of 70 megawatt gas boilers, 2 units of 25 megawatt electric boilers, and 2 pump stations. Additionally, the project involved renovation 2 units of 70 megawatt gas boilers and new construction of almost 37 kilometers of long-distance transmission pipelines, and almost 80 kilometers of heating networks and 94 heating stations. The project resulted in an increase of 29.7113 million square meters of heating capacity. The wind power peak shaving project implemented in Haoqingying covers the heating area of 1 million square meters, making it one of the largest wind power heating projects in China. Its goal is to explore pathway and operational models for integrating renewable and clean energy into heating system. Inner Mongolia is so huge with wind energy resources. During the heat season in winter, wind power company curtailment becomes a predominant issue due to the need to ensure normal operation of combined heat and power units. In addition, Huhao has expanding its urban footprint and population, leading to a substantial increase in heating demand. Given the challenges posed by wind curtailment and the increasing heat needs of Huhao, the project's integration wind power into the city's heating system holds significant importance. Huhao features an average temperature difference of 6 degrees Celsius between nighttime and daytime during the heating season, resulting in higher heating loads at night. As shown by the units era heating load curves, the period between 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. represents the peak heat load demand of each day. Therefore, the project's wind power heating system has been designed as a nighttime peak shaving heat source for Haoqingying zone. With wind power assisting in peak load management, conventional heating sources can operate more consistently with a stable load range throughout the day. Furthermore, the electric boilers possess several advantages that makes it highly suitable for peak shaving heat sources in urban heating system. Those advantages include its compact size, quickly start up, and high electric to heat conversion efficiency, low water quality requirements, and advanced automation capability. The wind power heating system is designed to align with the parameter of the existing conventional heating system. As an innovative way of utilizing wind energy resources, the wind power peak shaving solutions helps solve the issues of wind power company curtailment, improve the revenue of wind power company, and enable peak shaving for grid stability. The heating company purchases electricity from the power grid in the heating peak periods. The power grid increases operating hour of the wind power company. The wind power company sells electricity to the power grid and provides the peak shaving subsidies to the heating company. When implemented, the project will absorb 109.8 million kilowatt hour of wind power and generate substantial economic benefits to achieve a three-party win situation among heating company, wind power company, and power grid. After receiving wind power subsidies, The energy cost of using wind power heating is essentially the same as the energy cost of using coal-fired boilers. However, replacing coal-fired boilers with electric boilers can save on overall operating costs. Take the project as an example. It can save on electricity on the heating company. Traditional coal-fired boilers require electricity to various equipment like fans and dust removal systems, etc. during the operation. And it also can save on ash handling fees, saving on coal transportation and ash removal labors, reduce difficulty in coal procurement, transportation, and storage, mitigation of capital tied up due to the coal purchases, and improved automation levels, so for sure. The implementation of the wind power projects has mitigated the growth in energy consumption too. And in terms of the project overall outcomes, the implementation of the project has added 29.7113 million square meters of heating capacity, effectively addressing the heating needs of the Huhhot region. Furthermore, the project has significant benefits the environment. It has reduced annual coal consumption by 944.8 thousand tons, decreased dust and smoke emissions by 28.9 thousand tons, and the sulfur dioxide emissions being reduced by 12.2 thousand tons, lowered the nitrogen oxide emission by 10,000 tons, and reduced carbon dioxide emission by 1.66 million tons. The average annual PM 2.5 is in this region has decreased by 59.4% compared to 2013. The project has achieved significant energy saving, improved air quality, reduced emission, and exceeds its design energy conservation and emission reduction goals. The social and environment benefits are also substantial. We are currently in a phase of learning and development, currently putting our practice into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Han, for this very interesting case sharing. So finally, we will have Dr. Zhigao Wang, who is Senior Program Director of the Low Carbon Cities Program at Energy Foundation China. He will share a case study on the application of PEDF in Chinese villages, focusing on the low carbon transition in rural and urban areas, which is a very interesting case, another case. So let's please welcome Ms. Dr. Zhigao.
Thank you, Han Wei, my colleague, dear colleague, and thank you everyone for staying with us. You must be very hungry for knowledge. So I would first salute the previous two speakers for showcasing the examples. Those are truly tremendous, successful examples, very impressive. Here, I would like to share a smaller scale demonstration, but likely in the future play a very important role in China to support China build its so-called new type power system. So what is PEDF? PEDF is called photovoltaic energy storage, direct current, flexible load. Basically, this is a technical solution that is likely to support China to build its new type of power system. Why direct current? Because direct current is simpler. It have only one parameter, that is a voltage. Basically, you can control the voltage and do interaction with the grid. So
this technology, if applied to buildings, we all know that currently China has approaching 70 billion square meters of building floor area. Based on a study by China Academy of Engineering and Tsinghua University, likely in the future, we can deploy PDF up to 40 billion square meter floor areas in China, which can consume 2 trillion kilowatt hours of solar energy. And in the future, this will definitely happen. We'll have about 3 million EVs in China, which can consume 0.6 trillion kilowatt hours solar energy. So if we combine these two things, magic thing will happen, okay? So the above combined can consume 50% of the distributed solar in China. This will largely solve the solar consumption issues for the future in China. So what happens when there is no solar for consecutive 3 days or 5 days? Then when there's little solar, this 300 million EV will kick in, help to move the peak. This will also, with the assistance of the 500 to 600 million kilowatt thermal power, which is also kind of a consensus by the Chinese experts that in the future we will ultimately have some thermal power plant, maybe 500 to 600 million kilowatt, but definitely need the CCS or CCUS. So this actually can solve both electricity and space heating demand. So then PDF, if the 40 billion square meter floor area can be deployed, can provide 400 to 800 kilowatt capacity for great flexibility. We all know, in order to build the NTPS, new type power system, load flexibility is a must. It's a very valuable resource in the future. So we started from, with that vision, we started from some villages. This is one of the examples we've been deeply involved, which is a typical Chinese rural Chinese village in Shanxi province, which is a province heavily rely on coal mining industry and coal-based industries. The village is right next to the Yellow River, our mother river. So it's like a typical Chinese village. Before it was, a lot of quite messy and dirty, wasted biomass energy and littering waste and coal, casually piled up in the village, and very dilapidated cave dwellings, a typical dwelling in that region. So then one of the villagers, one of the entrepreneur who initially came from that village, he started business in city of Nanjing, and later on he believed that he wanted to do something for his village. And then at the beginning, he invested about 7 households on installing solar power. And later on, this is a later stage, he actually gathered all the villagers with the village leaders to build a consensus to scale up the solution. Okay, it's starting from 2019, the April of 2019. It took about almost 3 years for the project to take some shape. So you can see they did a lot of capital investment. One of the investment here is like integrated equipment, basically with the converters, converters and energy storage, etc., integrated in one like cubic. Here's another picture showing that. And then after it takes shape, they connect with the grid. So far, I think the majority of the electricity generated go to the grid. Our organization, also the Tsinghua University, supported by academician Professor Jiang Yi. So we gave a lot of technical assistance, technical support, because this system, it looks simple, but have a lot of details. You need to technical analysis, academic studies to support that. By the mid of last year, actually, the overall capital investment reached 9 million RMB. It's a small investment compared to the programs presented by our previous colleagues. And 70 household, installed capacity 2 megawatt. And the payback period is not that very attractive. But it's 13 years. But this truly tested the PEDF model in this specific site. And the villagers, compared to the many other distributed solar PV solutions in rural area, the villagers not only get a roof rent, but they also get free electricity at a certain quota. And then they have discounted electricity prices. And the rest of the electricity will upload to the grid. So shows the example of the central control panel. And now, actually, this program completely remodeled the city, remodeled the village. You can see the village now becomes quite clean and neat and cozy. This picture shows, especially, for example, the new cave dwelling, because this program also combined with some retrofit of the buildings and retrofit of the appliances, household appliances, etc. Okay, here are some other examples. Already a lot of solar panels on the rooftops, if not all the rooftops. Yeah, here the examples. Here. And this is a night. Usually, a typical Chinese village during night is pretty dark, and it's. But now you can see they use a solar PV, even for the locations without grid access. They installed solar PV and with PEDF technology to give lighting for those facilities. Previously, the villagers burn coals and biomass to do cooking, to do water heating, to do space heating, etc. And now it's all electrified. You can see especially in the middle picture, they use a technology, basically burn electricity to heat the room. And they totally change the way of production and living. Previously, they use all these agriculture tools based all oil-based or gas-based, and now it's completely turned all electric. Yeah, like electric tricycle used for transportation. Electric pesticide spray, electric spreader, etc., etc. So all electric. That's the future I think we want, because in an era of carbon neutrality, you cannot imagine that you are still burning oil or gas. Okay, the electrified transportation, electrified cooking, all electric kitchen. So can you imagine that? So that's here are some more pictures. So this project have drawn a lot of attention from various level of officials and academic experts. They are currently become a kind of a tourist site. Many leaders and experts go to visit that site. And GEF, UNDP, and Ministry of Agriculture of China Ministry of Agriculture actually gave them a kind of brand, so saying this is China's first carbon neutrality village. Okay, here some more pictures. And last year in COP28, this example emerged from more than 2,700 examples around the world, selected one of the Energy Transition Changemaker Award. Yeah, look at the happy, smiling faces. I think being it climate change or energy transition, I think ultimately we want people to be happy, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for introducing this very innovative and integrated solution of PDF. And I believe all of you may know what is PDF. And so I will now have to conclude this session. And we are run out of time and half an hour behind the schedule. So thank you for your patience. And I do believe you all found all this case sharing of these integrated solutions are very inspiring and enriching. And thank you to all our great and distinguished speakers for their informative presentation. And since due to the time limitation, we won't have panel discussion or QA session, but if you have any questions, but I do believe you have many questions and want to learn more information about all these cases, please feel free to approach to our speakers during the lunch time and the coffee break throughout the day. So we do look forward to continue our discussion in this session, in the sessions in the afternoon. So enjoying lunch. And also a small note is please leave your simultaneous devices in your seat when you leave. Okay, thank you everyone again for your patience and enjoying lunch.
Distinguished guests, experts and colleagues, welcome to our finance session. This session will focus on how to use green finance facility and instruments to help the low carbon transition in China. I'm Du Xuan from Energy Foundation China. I'm in charge of the low carbon economic growth program, and we focus on how to use the new growth mode as well as the carbon pricing mechanism, as well as the green finance tools to help the transition. This session, we will have 4 speakers to provide the insights and the practical cases from China, and they also will share their experience and lessons learned with the other emerging developing countries. Firstly, I will invite Professor Wang Yao from International Institute of Green Finance at Central University of Finance and Economics to provide a very broad concept of whole picture on the green finance policies in China. Professor Wang Yao is the Director General of the International Institution of Green Finance at Central University of Finance and Economics. She serves as the Deputy Secretary General of the Green Finance Committee. She also is an advisor to the Green Development Committee of the Securities Association of China. Her expertise covers the green economy, sustainable finance, and is highly influential. So welcome Professor Wang to give us her presentation on policy progress.
Okay, many thanks for Du Xuan's introduction, and also I'm very grateful to the ADB and the Energy Foundation's invitation. I have a chance to give a talk on China's sustainable finance development and you may all know over the past decade, China had made great progress in green finance, which we can summarize in 6 key words. First, policy. Second, standards. Third, products and services. Fourth, risk management. Fifth, pilots. And sixth is international cooperation. Policy actually can guide the direction of it has played the most critical role in China. Actually, China has set up a comprehensive policy framework from 2016, Green Finance Policy Framework from 2016. In particular, we all know the guideline for establishing green financial system in 2016 by the original 7 ministries and commissions. The PBOC, our central bank, as the lead ministry, has issued a series of incentives and regulations and together with other ministries in these years. For example, carbon reduction facility. And the standards are the basis for green finance development because financial institutions need to know what's green. Regarding the standard system in 2018, the PBOC actually set up a big green finance standard task force, so which has carried out continuously work on green finance standards, including green financial standards, green rating standard, and information disclosure standard, and etc. So, and the new standards also are proposed every year. And if China only has top-down policy and standard framework, but without market innovation, green finance means zero. So in the past years, China's financial institutions played the role of supporting green low-carbon transition through innovate financial products, just like green loan, green bond, green insurance, and so on. And China has large numbers of innovations and cases. In addition to supporting green economic development, the financial system itself also facing climate risks, so including macro level systematical financial risks and also macro level credit risks, operational risks, and liquidity risks faced by financial institutions. So to this end, the PBOC also committed to promoting the environmental information disclosure and the environmental stress testing of financial institutions. And some commercial banks has established climate risk management systems. And since 2017, PBOC also promoted the national green financial pilots. And the first batch of 5 provinces and 8 cities have completed the first 5 years, 5-year pilot phase, and forming a lot of experiences. And also green finance is a global issue. So China has also been a major contributor to international cooperation on green finance, promoting multilateral and bilateral cooperation, such as establishing and co-chairing of G20 green finance task force, now a study group, and now called the G20 Sustainable Finance Study Working Group, and initiate the NGFS and so on. So So you will see that we already in China has indeed made a lot of achievements in green finance since 2021, especially after China put forward our carbon neutrality goal. The development of green finance has also entered a new stage and new progress, and faced also new challenges and opportunities. So next, I will give you some quick updates on the latest progress. Since the beginning of this year, 2024, the central governments have issued a series of policies around sustainable finance, including taxonomies, disclosure requirements, and the most important of which is the guideline on further deepening financial support for green and low carbon development. This replacing the guideline in 2016 to further guide China's green finance work. And the slide shows the main context. About the optimization of green finance standards includes updating the existing standards, just like green loan, green credit, and green bond standards, which will be updated on the basis of the latest green and low carbon industry guidance catalog issued by NDRC, and also the research on some new standards such as green fund, green trust, green financial leasing, green consumer finance, etc. And in particular, transition finance standards and the carbon accounting standards is still in the exploration, but it's very, very important. So which will be the focus of the future's work. In terms of climate and environmental information, is likely to become mandatory information disclosure requirements for financial institutions in the future. And also the disclosure of sustainable development reports of listed companies is a rising topic. Recently, the three stock exchange and the Ministry of Finance and the SASAC has issued relevant documents related to disclosure of sustainable information and reports. And the guideline also encourages the ESG integration in credit rating and also credit rating models and ESG evaluation of green financial products. So with regard to the construction of green financial markets and service innovation, green credit and green bonds are currently the mainstream. But how to promote diversified green financial innovation is still a challenge. It is also an opportunity, of course, such as green insurance, green trust, green financial leasing, especially leverage capital market green investment, all of which need to develop. So, and of course, building carbon market is also a top priority. In terms of policy guarantees, includes laws, policies, and guidelines, as well as guarantees from the central level and local level need to promote. About risk management, including macro-prudential management and improving the capacity of financial institutions to identify assets and evaluation, manage and monitor risks. To do so, a great deal of capacity building and improving public awareness will be required. So this is the new document that I think is China's green finance work. And maybe I can give you some data on green finance products. In the first quarter of 2024, green credit continued to grow, accounting for about 30% of the total credit balance, and last year is a 12%. But green bonds continue to decline, which is closely related to the debt problem, I think, in China. And sorry. In China, different ministries, they actually regulate different topics. Green finance is driven by the financial authorities, but climate financing is driven by Ministry of Ecology and Environment, MEE. So the climate change department of the Ministry of MEE attaches great importance to climate investment and financing. In 2022, in 2020, MEE took the lead in issue the guideline on promoting climate investment and financing to promote the climate financing from the experts of policies, standards, and leveraging private capital and the local pilots and international cooperation. At the same time, in 2023, the first batch of 23rd national climate financing pilots were approved. And all these places are establishing the database of climate financing projects, as well as climate project-based financing work. And since the launch of China's national carbon market in July 2021, the price of carbon allowances has been steadily rising. In particular, since the last year, carbon prices have exceeded 100 RMB per ton by the end of April 2024, showing that the carbon market's price the pricing mechanisms in China is taking place. Activity in the carbon market has gradually increased partly due to the official implementation of China's regulations on the administration of carbon emission trading last month, and partly due to the market confidence boosted by expectation of the inclusion of new industries and more and more tight trading system within the carbon market. And now, they have a variety of carbon finance instruments offering investment financing, including carbon asset pledge loan and some options or swaps and some other, carbon finance products. But actually, overall, the carbon finance innovation actually is quite small compared with other green finance products. So I think this is a big area need to be explored. And there's a new topic, transition finance. I think most of our guests, you may already know. Actually, transition finance, especially when China declared our carbon neutrality goal, green finance, it looks like cannot cover some industries there's low carbon transition. So that's why transition finance, this definition was raised. And for the PBOC and also local government, now they are issue some transition finance policy and also taxonomy and catalog, just like PBOC is working on 4 industries, but haven't issued yet. But for local level, Huzhou issued there's transition finance catalog, and also Hebei focus on the steel industry. There's transition finance catalog, and also Shanghai there's a transition finance catalog, and also other places, Jiangxi, Chongqing, Tianjin, and all these places actually have some more practice on transition finance. And finally, the last slide. In the future, I think green finance. Last year they have a central financial and economy meeting about raised 5篇大文章, the 5. I don't know how to translate it elaborate actually maybe 5 financial pillars on green finance, fintech, and inclusive finance, pension finance, and also digital finance. I think green finance can integrate all these 4, except green finance itself development, and also can integrate fintech and also to support green technology, green innovation, and the green finance integrate inclusive finance and pension finance, of course, and digital finance. There are a lot of things need to do research and also explore practices. I think I'm also looking forward to some more discussions later. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Wang Yao, to give us a very informative introduction on the policy framework of China's green finance. And she also introduced the status of the financial products in this area. I think it's a very solid foundation for our discussion. And next, I will invite a practitioner from Ningbo City to introduce the case innovative case in Ningbo. Maybe it's a kind of ADB project, how to combine the international funding and how to use this kind of resources to facilitate the low carbon transition in the local area. I will invite Dr. Ma Dingling to introduce this case. Dr. Ma Dingling, she is the Director of Department at Ningbo Development and Planning Research Institute. She is her main research fields covers urban development strategy, climate change, environmental protection, and resource conservation, and also covers development planning and strategic planning. So welcome Dr. Ma to provide us a presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was the utmost pleasure that the breathtaking Manila today. During the members' gathering, I shared the journey of Ningbo's innovative pursuit in green development. Ningbo towards environmental sustainability is centered on 4 ambitious aspirations. First, we aim to promote Ningbo inclusive, low carbon, and sustainable development. Secondly, through the implementation of various projects, we strive to achieve greenhouse gas emission reduction of 715,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Furthermore, our endeavor is also geared towards enhancing the local air quality and safeguard public health, ultimately benefiting a vast population of 9.7 million residents. Lastly, our aspiration extends beyond Ningbo, contributing towards the achievement of the carbon peaking and carbon neutrality objectives outlined by the People's Republic of China. We remain steadfast in our commitment to these noble goals and are confident that our collective efforts will yield fruitful results, not only for Ningbo, but also for the global community. If you have listened to the speech in the morning, you should know that Ningbo is a port city with a developed industrial economy. So, therefore, Ningbo has the conditions and the demands to promote the green development and realize carbon neutrality by 2060. Consequently, Ningbo municipal government must formulate a comprehensive roadmap and implementation plan to ensure the successful realization of this goal. The planning of Ningbo's green development, we support the project of integrated development of wind power, photovoltaic power, and energy storage. Advance offshore wind power in the orderly manner, implemental projects support energy efficiency improvement in industry, public building, logistics, and so on. We are committed to fostering the development of renewable energy sources, such as biomass, waste inclination power generation, geothermal energy, and marine energy. However, the implementation of the new technology application demand a lot of investment. There are also problems with funding, renovation, motivation, and profit models in the implementing the projects, implementing Ningbo's green development planning. To government, we lack the clean timetable, roadmap, and construction drawing for achieve the goal of green development. To micro and small enterprises, promoting the new local carbon technologies is in difficulties. The lack of the technology innovation capability of achieving carbon neutrality. Lack the motivation for energy saving, renovation. Meanwhile, ESCOs lack grantees and construction entities face financial difficulties, and local commercial banks lack the ability to identify green and low carbon projects, and lack the bidirectional communication mechanisms between financial institutions and enterprises. Due to the strong demand for green development, Ningbo, on the one hand, has formulated relevant policy to promote the construction of green and low carbon projects. On the other hand, begins to cooperate with ADB and EF and WB, as well as through technology S-train projects, we aimed to fortify the institutional capability to address climate change of Ningbo municipal government. This is the year for this reports offer valuable insight. Bring us the knowledge and the information about cutting-edge technology and model innovation and clean energy, low carbon and green development in the world, and provide knowledge assistance in the progress of Ningbo's green and local development. So we express our deepest gratitude to the ADB and the EF for their unwavering support to Ningbo. In 2022, Ningbo Urban Green and Low Carbon Development Project was included in the alternative projects of the ADB law. This year, from March 16 to 17, the take place during the sign of the minutes of the line negotiations in the technical discussion meeting. This program is our work in progress. Now I introduce our project. Amount of 200 million. Lending modality is financial intermediation loan, and there are 4 outputs: strengthen institutional capability in climate mitigation and green financing, establish climate financing platform with ADB loan, green insurance system piloted, establish digital carbon accounts. We will through 4 main measures: strengthen the institutional capacity to address climate change of Ningbo municipal government, building the climate financing capability of the banking center in Ningbo, supporting investments in energy efficiency improvement in the industrial cooling and logistics centers, enhancing financial inclusion for micro and small enterprises. Output 1 is strengthening the institutional capability to address climate change of Ningbo municipal government. First is supporting the preparation and disclosure of the first environmental, social, and governance ESG report of a city commercial bank in the PRC, consistent with the newly issued International Financing Reporting Standard SE and S2 standard of the International Sustainability Standard. In 2025, and the financial intermediary to develop a corporate strategy on climate financing and in environmental and social management system, ESMS, providing capacity building on ESG reporting, new carbon technologies, and climate financing to micro, small, and enterprises with a special focus on MSEs owned by, led by women. Conducting knowledge sharing activities to disseminate and experience gained from the project to other provinces in the PRC, as well as to other ADB DMSs. Output 2, building the climate financing capability of the banking center in Ningbo. Establish climate financing platform. This platform supports new low carbon technologies, micro and small enterprises, and energy service companies establish, support the implementation of new technologies to decarbonizing the industrial and related logistics centers, address the need for system-wide cooling efficiency improvements in Ningbo, provide support to MSEs and energy service companies, escorts for the implementation of low-carbon projects with a special focus on enterprises owned or led by women. Output 3, we will green insurance system piloted, provide support for the design and development of a green energy efficiency insurance and grantee products that will be piloted in Ningbo. These products aimed to act as a collateral grantee for MSE and ESCOs to lower and barriers to accessing green financing, and right the implementation of energy saving measures in the event of unexpected disruption of their operations. If the effects of energy saving projects are less than expected, energy efficiency providers such as escorts will receive indemnity from the green insurance system. Output 4, establish digital carbon accounts. Establish digital carbon accounts to provide comprehensive virtual infrastructure for the improvement of energy consumption and carbon emissions reduction management in Ningbo. Collector monitor and analyze real-time energy usage data from major industrial entities and help conserve energy by supporting the development of automated optimization solutions. Establish a carbon rating system which will facilitate carbon emission trading in the future. Enables the financing intermediary to provide concession loans to the industrial firms subscribing to the platform based on their carbon rating and help companies producing goods for export to comply with the carbon tax requirements recently put in place by the international community. At last, sharing a case where is an innovation finance case of Ningbo chemical enterprise energy efficiency improvement. On the base of the exciting waste heat circulation system in Ningbo petrochemical area, the energy cascade utilization and the digital energy control system between Yishen new material PTA synergistic rubber is constructed. Through this project, amount of energy saving is 60,000 tons of standard coal. This project is expected to invest 37.5 million yuan, of which 20% is capital, and the bank financing is about 30 million yuan. But traditional project financing generally requires the provision of collateral of third-party grantees. Energy-saving green projects led by small and micro enterprises have the characteristics of a long project cycle and high management pressure. We designed this production. Target customers use all kinds of energy-saving service. Enterprises providing contract energy services, such as construction, industry, new energy, and other energy-saving applications serve enterprises. Target scenery project loan support for energy conservation and emission reduction projects and clean energy replacement projects based on contract energy management projects. Product repayment source accounts receivable granted by energy-saving service contract as the source of repayment. Risk mitigation measures, project receivable, pledge, and fund fraud debt management. No need for real estate mortgage for small and micro enterprise borrowers. Highlights and the significance of this project. Support the service for small and micro enterprises. The project parties are all types of small and micro enterprises, and such market players are encouraged to improve their access to the financing. Encourage application of new technologies. Ethical enterprises have strong technical strengths, which is conducive to the promotion and application of various green and low carbon technologies. Enhance institutional capacity, cooperate with the ADB to explore the improvement of a bank's green financial management capability under the ESMS framework. The end. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ma, to provide us a very specific case study in Ningbo City. It's our first cooperation with, for Energy Foundation China to cooperate with ADB on this kind of new cooperation mode, namely the charitable grant as a technical assistant grant, and we will use this kind of TA project to leverage or to catalyze the following investment from the MDB or other investors. So we really want to expand this kind of mode to the other areas inside China as well as outside of China. So we are really looking forward to cooperate with other investors or MDBs. Next, I will invite our experts from ADB, Mr. Huang Biao, to provide us the renewable energy and efficiency finance through private sectors FIs. Mr. Huang Biao is the principal investment specialist of ADB. He leads ADB private sector financial institutions division's debt and equity transactions in the finance sector for East Asia. Mr. Huang has been with ADB for over 15 years. He has led many FI transactions covering renewable energy, energy efficiency, green transport, environment protection, and inclusive finance. Now we invite Mr. Huang to provide his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Duxian for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session. So first, I'd like to talk about ADB's approach towards development finance. ADB is a very big organization. As Duxian mentioned, I'm with ADB's private sector operations department, and we work with the private sectors and providing finance without sovereign guarantees. And then towards the toward the bottom of these slides, and we can see that there's also a different part of the bank and provides public sector finance. And previously, ADB, we have this public sector, we call a regional team, and doing sovereign finance, and we are private sector finance. We work separately, but now under the new operating models, and we try to work together, create synergy. And these slides summarize how ADB approach development financing based on the type of project and whether it's fully bankable. So we just financed by the private sector operations department, our team. And we can provide direct finance in terms of both debt and equity, or we can provide finance through local financial institutions or private equity funds. And then we also have a separate team mobilizing co-financings, and we call a guarantee and syndication team. And you see that in the middle of these slides, and there's a type of project that's partially commercially viable, partially bankable. Then again, we try to mobilize and blended finance, concessional finance from donor funds to bridge the bankability gap, provide certain concessionality to make the projects viable. And then we also have technical assistance and grant, and usually work together with our sector team to support project preparation and capacity development. And also we have the work with our sector teams, and also we create new teams for upstream market developments, and we work with the government in our developing member countries and to engage dialogue to develop standards and remove or alleviate bottlenecks in terms of the climate finance or transition finance or any other area of the development themes. So these slides summarize the PSOD product. PSOD stands to Private Sector Operations Department, where I come from, and you can see that it is a full suite of products, including debt, to equity, to guarantees, to technical assistance. So again, I will not go over the type of project, bearing in mind that most of the audience today are not the finance specialists. We are the most of the audience are energy specialists, so I will not get into the detail. Again, this slide is also a further elaboration of how ADB and our private sector team work together with our regional department, our sector team, and together just to, again, from the product development, from capacity building, partnership development, and establishment of the climate finance funds, and in terms of working with the local with the governments of our developing member countries to encourage disclosure, and also with the government, with the local bank, just to enhance disclosure standard, an important topic mentioned by Professor Yao earlier. And then also, again, more specifically, a specific area of capacity development in terms of training and upscaling on climate risk. Again, this is again, these slides talk about how we select project. For PSOD, as mentioned, that for private sector operations department, we finance projects that are bankable, developmental, and ADB can add value, and also it goes beyond the normal requirements, and in terms of credits, the minimum credit standards are required by the local banks for their lending practice with respect to environmental and social safeguards, with respect to the government standard, ESG standards of the partner bank. So, for example, more specifically regarding the sectors and location, sectors and ADB as a bank, we are quite selective in the sector we target: energy, which is the focus of this forum, is a key focus, key sectors that we target. Location-wise, and it is also an important consideration in the PRC. Obviously, we also, as a development bank, we have great focus on central and developed and central and western and region, which is less developed, but also again for certain climate green projects. And again, for example, Jing-Jin-Ji region, I understand this morning, again, a case being presented on the Jing-Jin-Ji air quality improvements. And we also now have targeted these Huanghe rivers and developments. And so again, there's this sector and locations and criteria, commercial viability, development impact. And in the PRC, and again, our projects almost exclusively fall into two categories. One is green, one is for inclusive finance. And increasingly, we are trying to target both. So for projects, it hit both the green finance, but also the inclusive finance and objective. So I'm going to talk about some of the case studies going later on. And then also ADB's value addition as well, and what ADB can bring to, in addition to what the commercial the commercial banks and commercial investors can bring, which means that we provide not only finance, but we try to add value through and capacity development, knowledge sharing, standard settings, etc. And finally, this client's commitment to meet ADB's and higher standard with respect to safeguards and also the ESG standard. So I'm going to quickly talk about a few projects we have implemented in the PRC and supporting renewable energy and energy efficiency. So the first is loans that we provided to CITIC Financial Leasing. The loan was approved and signed in 2020, so almost 4 years ago, and being successfully implemented. We are seeing the development result is the $70 million in local currency in CNY equivalent to CITIC Leasing to promote lease finance to leasing as the alternative financing modalities to financing renewable energy projects. So when we worked with CITIC Financial Leasing back in 2020, again, leasing company is still a relatively new modalities for the solar sector. But it turns out that again, this is a very suitable financing modalities for financing solar project, because the equipments and the equipment costs represent a significant part of the solar project. And leasing it is just can be used to mobilize long-term finance, and this is an ADB's loan. We have a 5 years tenure, which enables ICT Financial Leasing to further increase the tenure of its finance product, because most of its finance typically is very short term in 1 year, but they do provide a long-term lease finance. But again, with the longer term ADB funding, then it supports the bank to provide a longer term finance. And with the $70 million and ADB loan, it financed nice and solar energy sub-projects and leads to over 475,000 megawatt of solar energy generation per year, and then GHG emission reduction of 370,000 tons CO2 equivalent per annum. Up to so sort of also this another highlight of this project is that actually the development outcome, it is so impressive for this $70 million investment is because there's also a leveraging co-financing, but also that when leasing the project developers, they develop projects, they use the leasing modality just to get the project built. Once the project is built, then they go to the bank. They actually get much cheaper, and they either get much cheaper bank finance than they prepay the leasing company, or sometimes the developers just sell this solar energy project once it's constructed to the sustainable energy companies. So the fund and City Financial Leasing can recycle the ADB fund, so it leads to higher development impact. My second case study is also a loan to Bank of Huzhou for an MSME, micro and small, medium size and enterprises decarbonization. It's $50 million and local and CNY equivalent to Bank of Huzhou. Again, we work our sector team to provide technical assistance to enhance its ESG standard, and also in terms of capacity building, enhance green finance impacts assessment, support the bank to enhance its environmental and social management system, the safeguard standard, and with gender action plan to target and develop green loan product targeting women-led MSMEs. Again, this project it was already signed 2 years ago, but we have seen already very good development result, and with 15 MSME project finance and leads to a total GHG emission saving of 136,000 tons CO2 equivalent per annum, and also the bank also just also develop disperse new loans to 78 loans to women-led MSMEs. My final project, it is on energy equipment, energy efficient equipment leasing for micro and small enterprises. It is a partnership with Ping An International Financial Leasing. It's a $100 million ADB loan to Ping An Leasing to provide this energy efficient equipment leasing and to MSMEs. So you can see that again, the key distinction between this project and the Bank of Huzhou project is that this one is using leasing as an alternative modality, and also Ping An has also an advanced fintech platform using financial technology. The size of this loan is 100 million. So, but it financed 1,300 energy efficient lease contract, with 12%, average 12% energy saving and GHG emission reduction from the equipment lease. So this case of Ping An Leasing, it actually was a perfect example of, I think the case cited by Professor Wang on this green finance plus, and basically using green finance, but also leverage and Ping An's fintech capacity to target MSME, and also using digital finance. Actually, yesterday I also presented this case, because today, due to the time constraint, I cannot go into the detail, but yesterday, actually, in a separate session, I talk about kind of like the fintech features of this project. The presentation should be available from also the forum's website, so any participant is interested to know a little bit more, you can go to the yesterday session 4.2 on industrial decarbonization, and that would, my presentation which shows additional details on the fintech side of the project. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huang Biao, to provide us a very brief introduction on the landing mode, and as well as the detailed cases in PRC. It's very helpful for us to understanding how to support the low carbon transition from the private sectors in perspective. Okay, let's moving forward. Next, we will have Ms. Mo-Ling Shui to give us a presentation on the climate financing and investment pilot in Wuchang District, Hubei Province. Ms. Mo-Ling Shui, she is the Vice President of China Carbon Technology Company. She is responsible for leading the team to develop digital products for carbon accounting and management, and also the green finance management. She also serves as a committee member of the SO Technical Committee on Sustainable Finance and a reviewer of the China Expert Group of the China-EU Common Ground Taxonomy. Now, let's welcome Ms. Mo-Ling Shui to give her presentation.
Thank you for the Energy Foundation, the invitation, and it's my honor to be here to share the practice from Wuchang pilot projects. There's actually the huge climate financing needed for the meeting dual carbon targets in China. However, there's a big gap, the climate finance, at about 1.6 trillion per year. Given this, the MEV, there's a Ministry of the Ecology and the Environment, the guidance on the climate finance and investment, and also implemented the pilot projects in the climate finance. And Wuchang is the pilot projects of the 23 pilot projects in China. And the MEV set the task on the climate finance pilots, including the carbon accounting and carbon emission data disclosure, and encourage the local pilots in develop the in climate finance projects, and enhance the policy synergy. Wuchang is one of the pilots projects in China, and
the Wuchang pilots have the many units, the service-oriented in industry structure, and the service industry contribute 88% of the GDP, Wuchang GDP, and the financial industry is the pillar industry in Wuchang. And China to carbon market infrastructure, and including China carbon emission registration and clearinghouse based in Wuchang, and the Hubei pilot project emission exchanges is also located in Wuchang. And the Wuchang district has a tripled overlapped advantages. Given these units of Wuchang, and the Wuchang pilots set the key task for climate investment and financing projects. And the most important one is building the centralized registration system for the carbon emission and the carbon reduction. Another is concerning on the carbon finance. The next one is develop the project pipeline ready for climate finance. This is the step for the implementation of the pilot projects. I'm not going to detail. And some practice from Wuhan. The first one is the 3 levels government attached high importance to this pilot project. They incorporate the pilot projects into the Hubei the emission the climate change adaptation program. Also, the Wuhan city incorporated these projects into the implementation program for the carbon peaking. They paid attention to these projects construction and then enhance the policy synergies. The secondary, the Wuchang they built the high quality project pipeline for the climate investment and finance, which are underpinned by standards. And this is with the Energy's foundation support, the developer the methods for the evaluation matter for definition of the climate finance and investment projects. And this include 2 components. One is 2 components. One is the catalog. Another is the evaluation method. Is the rating method. And based on the standard, they build integrated climate finance, climate services model. There's the climate finance services, the platform. With the Unix and the Wuchang, they focus on the carbon finance, and then they encourage the innovation in the climate finance, and including the services model, and then also the product and the products, and then they create the one carbon buildings to attract the carbon services company to set up the office in this building. And another, they encourage the carbon finance products is like the GHG reduction linked product, also the emission allowances pledge loan. The Wuchang government they set up the funds to support the low carbon sci-tech companies. Because the services oriented the structure, so Wuchang government they paid attention to facilitate the low carbon urban construction through the implementation. The low carbon there's a low carbon institution or low carbon parks and the low carbon buildings. They also push the green buildings through the support green building labor, green building labyrinth, and they has the innovations for the build the carbon inclusive platform. This platform accounts for the individual's carbon footprint and the carbon reduction of the individual activities, and offer the vouchers and incentives for the individual mitigation activities. By March, the 20 enterprises registered with the Wutan This is the carbon inclusive platform's name, and they support the individual mitigation activity. They use the push and pull strategy to drive the low carbon transition of the financial institution. And the PBOC, Hubei province of the PBOC, they initiated the pilots programs in accounting for the finance emission by the financial institutions. And the pilots was selected in the sub-branch level, and they required the sub-branch of the bank to count for their emission either in the scope 1 and 2 or scope 1 and 2 and 3. They also launched the Green Finance Pioneer Bank Award and to encourage the best practice in the green finance. There's some case study in the Wuchang projects, and because the climate finance is brand new to the governments and then financial institution and the project owner. Given the challenges, Wuchang they firstly established the standard system to define the climate finance. This including the Wuhan evaluation method for climate investment and finance, and the Wuhan evaluation method for climate friendly companies, and also establish the guidelines on the evaluating climate project and the company. Another one is the management, establish the management measure for evaluation of the projects. This is the standards. This project is supported by Energy Foundation, and this is the right side is the workflow about this component. First, from the establish the standards and use the standard to evaluation the project, and then score the projects. The project is evaluated in 7 dimensions, including the taxonomy, conformity, compliance, climate benefits, and the importance of the projects, and also financial benefits and co-benefits. And according to the scores of the project, the end of the project was rating at A, 2A, and 3A. This is the example of the project evaluation and climate finance. And Hubei Yingcheng 300 compressed air, the energy storage power plant demonstration projects. And these projects and the total investment for this project is 80,000 million. There's 1.80 billion yuan. At 1.80 billion yuan, and the operation of the projects would reduce the carbon emission about there's 182,000 tons CO2. And according to the evaluation method, these projects received the score 86, and it was rated at 2.8. And the projects are financed by Huaxia branch of the Wuhan branch of the Huaxia Bank. And the through the introduced the World Bank sub-loan. They provided this project with the 1.56 billion yuan, and also contributed the climate finance is about 1.1 billion yuan. And the Wuchang was much focused on the innovation in the carbon finance products. And this is the example of Huaxia cement emission allowance repurchase case. And there's a security repurchase transaction trading is normally a traditional tool for the security fund to provide financial support to the company. The cities in April, cities enter into the emission allowance repurchase agreement with the Huaxin cement company, and agreed that the cement company sold the Hubei emission allowance to city, and then also agreed to buy back at the agreed date and the agreed price. And with this transaction, Huaxin cement company received more than 100 million yuan. 100 million yuan, and the funding was used to invest in technology transformation and also upgraded the projects. Another case is Wuhan built is an integrated climate investment and finance services platform. Given the challenges faced by different stakeholders, Wuhan Pilot, they built the integrated climate investment and finance services. The purpose of this platform to provide the support for the project owner to looking for funds and support the financial institution to look for good projects, and also support the government in management, climate finance, and assessment. This beautiful picture is a show, and what components including is the platform. So this platform is we call this one platform, and two pools, and including two pools, and underpinned by three systems and 4 standards. Also, provide the 5 users with their needs, and with the 6 functions, including the data collection, carbon accounting, and the project evaluation, and the intelligent matchmaking of the projects, and the funds, and the climate information disclosure, and the connection with the third party, and also support the government in the analysis and the assessment. This is the design of the platform. There's one is the projects apply for the eligible projects, and it will evaluate the evaluation models to identify the company, and then they also and once it was evaluated and to be qualified, and then it will be including into the pool. And the unit of this platform, we embed the calculation model and the evaluation model into the system. This is the 6 functions of the platform. One is the data collection and project evaluation and labeling, and the investment and finance facilitation, and also the climate data disclosure and the next connection with the third party. And this is the units of the platform, and is underpinned by the standard. The harmonization of the standard embed the carbon emission. Another is the matchmaking of the project and funds. And this is also they have the carbon account, establish the carbon account and the carbon support the financial institution to innovate the carbon link the finance. Another is the support the government in their management. There's some learnings, and in the implementation of the pilot project, there's a needed for the coordination and the collaboration among the department, also to enhance the policy synergy. Another is we need to enhance the harmonization of the climate finance standard and the green finance. It also call for to raise the awareness of the both carbon accounting and climate-related information disclosure in both the financial institution and the corporates. Establish the data standard, data sharing mechanism. Also, consistent capacity building is necessary in the pilot stage, and we also government need the necessary incentive, the policy, also the performance assessment mechanism. These are all my presentations. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mo Lingshui, to introduce the pilot in Wuchang district on climate financing and investment. And we see a lot of details about how to connect the projects, the enterprises with the banks, and how to establish the catalog as well as the assessment standard in order to support the bank to fund bankable climate-friendly projects, and also help the enterprises to fund the sufficient funding on low carbon transition. Next, we will have a very brief panel discussion. Maybe as the time is very limited, I will control about 20 minutes for our 5 panelists to discuss some basic issues on financing, climate finance. So our 4 speakers, as well as Liu Mingbai, please come here and take seats. As the delay of our schedule, so maybe only 1 question for 1 panelist, and then I think maybe we can summarize all of the discussion by 1 sentence for each speaker. Now I have a question for Professor Wang Yao. As you mentioned, there is a very substantial progress of a green finance policy framework in China, and we also witness a very tough situation in the low carbon transition of key areas and key sectors. So I think maybe we can consider about for what kind of opportunities and challenges the relevant enterprises and industries are facing to, and how to utilize the current green finance policy or transition finance policy or climate finance policy to really support the funding needs of this kind of enterprises and industry. So.
Thank you for your question. For the time being, so I will give a very quick and brief answer about. I think now the energy transition is from the hydrocarbons to renewable energy is because of the sustainability and addressing climate change, this situation. So there will have a lot of opportunities, and also we are facing challenges. Opportunities, I think, include the first, it will cause a new market and innovation, such as the renewable energy technology and energy storage solutions, and also smart grid, CCUS, and just like that, that will all have some new market and needs. And also it will cause the new green consumption, just like some renewable energy facilities and also renewable energy vehicles and something like that. So it's a cause a new green consumption. And also because there are a lot of some government incentives, such as, you know, last year, Ministry of Finance launched some tax package for tax incentive package for electricity vehicle and renewable energy vehicles. And also, of course, green finance development. Actually, it's also a good opportunity for enterprises and industries. But we still facing many challenges. I think the key challenges now, first is high initial cost, especially for the energy transition investment, and also the secondly is it's a new renewable new energy technologies, how to commercializations of this new technology is also a very crucial problem, and of course just transition problem. I will not go to detail, but you know, because we all know about just transition. And also we are lack of capacity building. So to give the solutions, I think first of all, I suggest that we should mapping the current policy and mechanisms, institutional situation. So utilize the current policies, especially monetary policy and the fiscal policies and industry policies. And secondly, you know, because we discuss about financing issue, and usually to address these problems is not only financial system can do, financial policy can address. So financial policy need to coordinate fiscal policy, industry policy, and trading policy. And the third, that you know, financial systems not only support energy transition, financial system also faced risks. That transition, energy transition, the process, during the process, financial system also faced some risks. So how to do the risk management is also very crucial. And of course, the good blended finance model, it is just Mr. Huang actually introduced about that, and utilize MDBs funds, especially utilize a mix of concessional finance and commercial finance, and also utilize MDB. There's expertise and knowledge and the resources. This is very, very important. And of course, some, you know, now for the capital market, just like PE, VE, actually they should also play great role when they have some, you know, groundbreaking low carbon innovation. They also need, because at different stage, maybe we can use in different financing models. So leverage P and V's, there's role to support energy transition. And also we should facilitating access to capital market, especially stock market. Now this part, except green bond, but for the stock market, actually how to support the energy sector, I think this is we should have some more works on that. Finally, to improve capacity building, to improve the public awareness is also very important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I really agree with you that maybe during the low carbon transition process, it's not only using the debt, but also the equity to support the whole economy transition, because there are a lot of different technology in different stages. So only debt is not enough to support this kind of transition. And also, I agree with you about the points. Green finance is not only relying on the financial institutions as well as the financial supervisors. It's also related with the energy and industry supervisors and all of the industry's actors. So during this kind of process, we should synergize all of the stakeholders and work together to support this kind of transition. So the second question is for Mr. Huang Biao. Because from the perspective of ADB, I think maybe the added value for this kind of support, I mean, it's not only for the financial instruments, but also it will related to how to build up a knowledge sharing center and to share the experience we get from PRC and share it with the developing countries. So I would like to invite you to introduce some insights about how to introduce this experience in PRC to the other developing countries such as Southeast Asia.
Thank you. And again, access to finance is a main constraint, an obstacle for scaling up renewable energy and energy efficiency in most our developing member countries, including Southeast Asian countries, as mentioned. And again, this to promote or enhance the access to finance. Again, we need to work with the local financial institutions and raise awareness, and also work with the local government, with the regulators, and create the right incentive and set the right standards. And also, again, for MDBs and multilateral development banks such as ADB, we believe we also can provide a very useful role. Talking about, for example, this legal and regulatory framework, I talk about these two case studies and using leasing as an alternative modality to promote renewable energy finance, energy efficiency finance. Again, we try to replicate it in other countries, but then again, for example, we talked to our colleague in the Vietnam resident mission, then we found out that actually, then again, the local legal and regulatory framework does not really support the leasing products in the country. So again, this is something that our sovereign team, the regional team, can work with the government, engaging policy dialogues, and to sort of alleviate the constraint and develop the leasing sector. Another example of, for example, using technologies to bring green finance to MSMEs, micro small sized enterprises, and to on a cost-effective basis. This again, there's something that ADB can play an active role by doing these knowledge sharings and encouraging the local bank to adopt the technology. Because again, actually, for example, the technology used by Ping An Leasing, it is not that it is an advanced technology, but again, it is not that really is sort of unreachable, because it's already widely used in consumer finance products in many Southeast Asian countries. But the question is that how to encourage or partner with the local FIs to promote and develop those technology to use for MSMEs, to use for transition finance. So this is something that through this kind of event, And we also hope to share the knowledge and to encourage other countries and FIs in other countries to also develop such products and service. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing. And next question is for Mingbai Liu from ING. As you mentioned in your presentation, ING has a lot of practice in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region on how to reduce the air pollution as well as the carbon emission. And during this process, I guess maybe you use a lot of financial products, different products such as green loan and green bond, as well as guarantee and equity. So would you please share something about the successful experience in PRC and how to use this kind of blended financial products to help the local area to realize the clean energy transition?
Okay, thank you. Actually, as to I know that there are many financial products in China. For example, the lending from local banks, and if you want to issue a bond, they will go to the exchange market. So. And of course, there are some leasing companies that will give a leasing service. Yes, actually, different provinces and different companies will have different demand for the finance. As to ING, my company is provide, we call it a kind of customized or tailored service for each of our client, and we will to have a very careful examination and to see whether our client need what kind of finance it is need. It needs, for example, the lending from local banks, or it wants to issue a bond from a green bond from the exchange market, or to have the association. We call it the Institutional Investors Association to issue a kind of bond such as ABS or ABN. It depends which kind of requirement the client is or it has. As to this, and we of course in our ADB projects that we provide a blended and diversified financial products to each our client, and we are trying to provide more and efficient solutions to this to our clients.
Thanks, Mingbai. I think we have cooperated with ING on how to phasing out the coal use in the rural area, I mean heating area, yeah. So I think you have utilized all kinds of the financial products to push forward the clean energy transition process. And I think maybe, as you mentioned, the customized method for each client is very essential because you should evaluate the specific conditions of the projects and the clients, and to design specific plan for the financial product. Yeah, thank you. And we also have two panelists. They have a very rich experience on how to pilot the climate finance projects in local area. So I think I want to ask a question about what's the Chinese successful experience and the innovative business models and best practice in financing clean energy transition or industry decarbonization, and how to share this kind of experience with the developing countries. So first, please, Ms. Moore, please. Ms. Moore, please.
Thank you for these good questions. And I thought that China has evolving the approach to support the clean energy. Clean energy. Clean energy is essential for the industry decarbonization. In this, because in the dual carbon technology, the dual carbon targets, and the core of the dual carbon targets is the energy. There's a low carbon transition for the energy sector. So financing energy, clean energy is essential for the decarbonization of the industry. In China, we have some experience. The first one, and we have established the green finance policy framework and the standards that would support to define what the eligible projects and could be for the green financing. This including the clean energy. And in China, we have the guiding catalog for green industry. And we also have the green bond endorsed project catalog and the green lending statistic method and the reporting methods. This is the standard. We have built the very robust standards. Another one experience that the government support the preparation of the projects. And in the many local government, they supported to establish the green project pipeline. This is very important in the pilot project of the climate finance and investment. And this is the requirement for the from the MEE to establish the project pipeline. This is I think that is a good example from the China. And then another the experience, I think the coordination and collaboration among the stakeholders is very important. Before Mingbai and Professor Wang Yao also has mentioned the blended finance. I think that this blended finance has been evolving, and over past 10 years, and the blended finance, blended finance was largely used by the MDBs. I think the next 10 years, probably we need to focus on the National Development Bank and collaborate with the commercial bank and to reduce the financing cost for the project owner or for our investment portfolio. That's very important. It's like the Wuchang pilot. We have the foundation, with the Energy Foundation support, we supported the government to prepare the project for the investment for the climate finance and investment. This is the good start point for other countries to learn. There's a coordination, collaboration is very important. These are my 3 points.
I really agree with that. We could use the philanthropy grants as a kind of subsidy to decrease the financing cost of this kind of climate-friendly projects. And I think we could explore more about how to utilize this kind of blended finance to help the climate-friendly projects on the ground. And next, I want to invite Dr. Ma to share her insights on this kind of knowledge sharing and experience sharing.
For discussing deepest, I answer this question in Chinese. OK， 我用中文来回答一下这个问题，为了能够更 更好的回答这个问题。事实上，我觉得就是我们在做宁波这个城市绿色低碳发展项目的过程当中，其实是碰到一些问题以及我们的困难。那么在这个碰到的过程当中，我们解决的这些方案，其实是很有助于我们给大家提供一些示范跟一些经验的。那第一点呢，我想是首先是我们这个项目是通过研究机构，然后研究先行，然后再加上我们政府的推动，然后跟金融机构合作。我们这个是金融转贷的项目。那么在我们的这个推进的过程当中，我们其实非常注重2个方面。第一个是市场化，就是我们不会让我们的企业它是被迫去做这件事情的，而是他们自愿去做这件事情的。对他们来说，宁波是一个工业发达的城市，然后我们的小微企业特别多，在他们的一个绿色低碳的这个过程当中啊，他们在做这些项目的过程当中，或者他们的产品的过程当中，他们是有大量的需求的，但是因为他们规模小，然后是它的这个信用等级低，对我们本地的商业银行来说，他们是不太愿意贷款给他们的，就是他们获得资金的能力比较弱，相对比较弱。那么在我们的这个项目里面，我们的创新点在哪儿呢？第一个就是我们跟我们的我们做了一系列的课题研究，把我们的研究顶在前面，它给我们的城市、给我们的企业、给我们的政府，还有我们本地的研究机构，提供了在这个知识领域的这样的一个分享。那么我们自己先了解了在这方面的一些机遇跟机会，然后我们再给我们的商业银行进行一个培训跟交流。所以我们在我们项目的一个调研座谈的过程当中，给我们这些小微企业座谈过程当中，我们这些商业银行是共同参与的。所以就是，然后我们通过亚行这个贷款的项目，给他们这些商业银行建立了一个跟绿色低碳的一些相关的一些项目，然后建立了这样一个沟通交流的机会，给他们提供了更多的信息，搭建了这样一个平台。然后再通过这个平台，其实我们的企业他们也发现，就是他们的进步可以通过不同的模式，我不一定非要用就是他们自己去创技术上的突破跟创新，他们可以借助一些中介机构。那所以我们在通过这个项目也想培养一批就是具有这个能够给我们的商业银行跟我们的这些小微企业的提供一些服务的一些咨询机构，这是我们第一个的经验。第二个经验呢，我想就是我们利用这个我们政府的力量，其实即使我们的商业银行愿意给我们这些小微企业贷款，但是他们是存在风险的。那对银行来说，他们也是要促进他们经济效益，有他们的经济效益。那么这个风险，他们有自己的风险风控系统，他们的风控系统对他们来说，这些项目可能它的资金的一个流动的管理，以及它需要一些项目的它可能需要一些固定资产的投资。那么如果他们评估以后，可能会觉得这些项目它是不符合他们贷款要求的。那这个时候，我们宁波的一些做法就是，第一个，我们利用我们现有的一些保险制度。刚刚我在分享的时候有提到，那么当我们的这个时间比较长的这些节能服务公司，他们提供服务的过程当中出现问题，那么这些保险的这些基金它就可以发挥作用，这是第一个。第二个就是我们的政府会提供一个它的一个给他们做一些担保，然后给这些小微企业提供一些资助和支持。那么这是第二点。第三点呢，我想是整个城市在这个绿色低碳发展领域的一个系统化的规划。我们不仅是在我们的一些这个就是产业的这样一些领域，而且我们会在公共建筑啊、我们的物流啊，然后像我们的绿色供应链啊这些领域。因为这些节能服务公司虽然他们自己是不具备它的一些固定资产，以及他们的规模不够大，但是他们的上下游企业都是一些很好的企业。他们的就像我刚刚分享的那个案例，这是我们利用亚行贷款项目第一个已经放贷出去，是我们的本地通商银行给他们放的一个贷款。那这个贷款放下去，它是化工企业之间的余热余气的这样一个利用。那这些企业都是比较好的，而且他们的发展前景很好，他们的一些投资回报率都很高的这样企业。那么如果我们的商业银行在评估这个 这些节能项目的过程当中，能够看到这些上下游企业的发展前景的话，他们会更愿意给这些我们的小微企业提供一些支持。这个就是我们的经验。
好，谢谢马博士。You point out very important 3 points. First one, how to cooperate with third-party consulting company, and second one, how to share the risk. I mean, by the insurance or guarantee instruments from government and banks and maybe some other stakeholders' resources in order to decrease the cost of the banks and to promote this kind of climate projects. And third one, I think maybe they could found a proper way to enhance all the capacity, and so we could moving forward quickly. Okay, I think all of the participants contribute to this session very much. So I would like to invite all the participants to applaud for our panelists to thank for their contributions.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you'd like to come on in and take your seats, we'll get started so that we stay on track for the last parts of the session this afternoon. My name is Dan Millison. I'm former ADB staff. I work part-time as a consultant for ADB, and I'm very happy to be here today to introduce our speaker and hear this presentation. This is a very relevant and very important area in terms of technology, and which we're going to hear about actual carbon dioxide removal. So not avoided emissions, but actual removal, which are intimately related to the carbon credit markets and evolution of the carbon markets. So our speaker is Mr. Chow, who's an engineer by training, and you can read details of his experience and background online. And we'll have try to keep it to about 15 minutes. Yeah, 15分钟, and then we have some question and answer. And you will present in Chinese. Presentation notes are in English and Chinese. So if you need the headset, go ahead and get it on. So. Please, Mr. Zhao.
Hello, everyone. In order to make more smooth in speech, I will speak Chinese. Yeah, thank you. 大家好，我是中国的二氧化碳捕集、利用与分存技术企业的代表青木零碳的 CEO 赵超，我来分享我们在中国如何利用二氧化碳捕集和利用技术来实现发展中国家的工业基础设施的大规模脱碳，以及在可持续城市的建设当中如何在原材料的低碳化上做的一些工作。那我们知道，在发展中国家有大量的这个基础设施在进行建设，从原材料端来进行大幅度的减碳，是这些建设项目当中非常大量而且是有效的这个减碳的方式。那这是我今天要主要分享的我们的工作内容。那首先呢，我跟大家介绍一下我们企业在整个这个商业模式当中的解决方案。首先呢，我们会给上游的排放型的企业，包括燃煤电厂、钢铁、水泥、化工企业来提供低成本和高效的二氧化碳捕集的技术，来实现他们的生产过程中的大幅度的脱碳。同时呢，我们把捕集下来的二氧化碳作为我们的生产原料，在我们的合作的混凝土企业当中来实现利用与分存。最后呢，在生产出来的吸收二氧化碳的建材产品，我们提供给下游的建设企业来进行使用。 整个这个过程呢，会实现二氧化碳的减排以及稳定的分存。最后，我们会通过碳市场的交易来获得这个碳资产的收益。那在整个这个商业链条当中呢，我们也是希望给利益相关方提供各方都能带来价值。首先呢，我们帮助这些生产型的企业，刚刚说的一些高排放的企业来提供这样的一个有经济可行性的减排的方案，来帮助他们不影响生产，同时能够去大规模的脱碳。举个例子，在能源企业，我们目前可以给他们提供每吨250到300块钱人民币的补给的这样的一个技术方案。那我们也给混凝土生产型的企业来提供这个技术的解决方案，来帮助他们转型升级成为可以提供新型的低碳建材的产品的提供方。最后，我们也给所有的这个建设以及基建的企业来提供不增加采购成本的这种绿色低碳的这个建材产品，来帮助他们大幅度的减少这个隐含碳排放，通过原材料的这种采购的这种方式来实现共赢。我们看到，在以中国为发展中国家这样的一个巨量的一个市场当中有3个巨大的机会。首先，我们看到在全球有1半以上的混凝土的使用都是在中国，而未来的这个最大的这个增长，我们觉得是在东南亚以及“一带一路”的这个国家的地区。就以中国举例，每年有2万亿的混凝土来进行使用。那这样的一个巨量的一个使用的市场，我们觉得有巨量的低碳转型的机会。仅仅有10%的原材料能够去实现绿色和低碳化，那也有这个2000亿元人民币的一个这个市场的机会。第二个机会是我们看到以二氧化碳补给、利用与分存技术为代表的这个低碳化的技术，其实在中国未来每年能够贡献的这个减排的潜力也是在50亿吨到100亿吨。根据目前的这个碳价的水平，这是一个从零到新增的一个300亿人民币的一个市场机会对于像我们这样的一个 CCUS 技术的这个提供型的这些企业来说，是一个巨大的一个新增的市场。那第三呢，我们也看到未来我们实现了二氧化碳的减排以及稳定的这个分存，是可以实现碳交易。那以现在这个碳价50到100人民币每吨，在中国可以实现新增的就是300亿人民币的一个碳交易的一个市场这个也是对我们一个巨大的一个机会。那我们的这个技术具体是如何来实现这样的一个这个市场机会？那我们的这个技术本身呢，今天着重跟大家介绍的就是如何低成本而且高效的能够去实现二氧化碳稳定的这个利用这个技术叫二氧化碳的矿化利用It's called CO2 mineralization utilization system。所以它是模拟自然界里面天然的砂石风化的这么一个反应的机理。我们的科学家利用这样的一个工程技术，来把二氧化碳从气体状态变成碳酸钙这样的一个固体反应的一个方式，来实现二氧化碳的分存。而且呢，我们把这样的一个反应的原理嫁接到在传统的混凝土生产的这个过程中，来提升混凝土的强度，而且能够去降低混凝土生产的这个时间，来提升效率。那我们从3个方面来进行了技术创新。首先是原材料端，我们是开发了多元工业固废的这样的一个反应的组分，来去减少这个高排放的水泥的使用量。我们目前在混凝土的这个结构当中，能够减少10%到20%的混凝土的这个水泥的这个使用量。取而代之的就是我们用到大量的工业生产过程中产生的这些固废的资源包括了像粉煤灰、钢渣、电石渣、矿粉等等的一系列的固废资源。这个在发展中国家也是一个巨大的一个社会问题。同时呢，我们从开发的自研的一些核心设备，还有包括我们的这个生产工艺当中进行了创新。 最后能够达到的就是我们生产出来的吸收了二氧化碳的混凝土建材，跟传统的这个建材产品相比，它的碳足迹减少了80%以上，而且这样的一个生产时间从原来的10到14个小时提升到了2到4个小时就能够完成，大幅度的提升了生产的效率。那我们也发现一系列这个实验室的这个数据，还有包括我们的这个工程应用的案例，发现在整个混凝土的最终的这个产品结构上，能够去提升它的强度，而且最终我们的这种不同的产品也经过了中国各项的产品的检测标准，在实际项目当中得到了应用。产品类型也覆盖了现在80%以上的混凝土的产品类型，包括了气块，包括了 ready mix， 就是商品混凝土，还有包括一些轻质的骨料的产品。我们在从商业化的这个角度，从21年开始进行产业化的推广以及应用。目前包括在中国，包括在中东以阿联酋为代表的中东的市场，还有包括在新加坡，我们都有一定的产业的应用。最主要的，我们还是在中国大陆地区进行了这个产业化的应用有不同的这个场景，我会一一跟大家介绍。首先跟大家介绍的就是我们从2018年开始在建设的国际上第一个工业的示范，能够去实现每一年减排1万吨二氧化碳的这样一个混凝土建材的生产的产线。这个当时是在河南省开展的这个工业示范，当时是从周边的煤化工的企业收集的二氧化碳，在混凝土建材的这个生产的反应釜里面去替代原来的高温的水蒸气来进行吸收二氧化碳，最后二氧化碳稳定的封存和吸收在这个气块的建材当中。那最后呢，这样的一个建材产品，我们跟中国最大的建设单位中国建筑集团来进行合作，把这样的一个建材提供给他们进行使用。那这也是在中国第一次大规模的使用低碳的封存二氧化碳的建材产品。当时的建设项目在我们中国香港地区。那在整个混凝土体系当中，商品混凝土是这种预拌混凝土是占了50%以上的用量，所以我们在这样的一个技术创新上，我们把这种产品从22年开始进行了我们重点的研发，那也是落地了中国第一个商品混凝土的二氧化碳吸收的这样的一个工业示范的体系。那这个项目呢，当时是建设在我们这个浙江湖州市。这个项目我们是跟中国国家电网的浙江公司来进行合作，那也是在国内第一次应用建设在湖州的当时城北的变电站的这个建设项目当中，来帮助他们整个变电站来实现零碳排放的这个建设。那我们进行了一系列的这个技术创新从今年开始，我们通过在排放源、排放工厂的周边来进行吸收二氧化碳这样的一个工艺的创新，最后来生产这种吸收了二氧化碳的碳酸化的这种低碳胶泥材料，来替代传统的水泥，来提供给周边的建材企业来进行使用。那在今年的4月份，我们在浙江的嘉兴市提供给了万科的万纬物流的产业园的建设当中来进行大规模的使用这样的一个零碳建材的产品。那我们从23年也开始在逐渐的研发，从上游的把工业生产过程中产生的工业固废的作为原料，创新的可以去利用未来的这个城市建设过程中拆除下来的一些废弃混凝土来作为我们的原料的产品来进行我们的这个生产和利用。那左边这张图是我们在嘉兴市建设的我们自己的这个混凝土工厂的一些核心的设备，以及生产出来的这个低碳的建材产品。那最终呢，我们跟一些 在国内最领先的一些建设单位来进行合作和应用在他们的实际项目当中，包括在杭州市建设的恒隆广场的项目，包括我们在新加坡，我们跟凯德地产来进行全方面的合作，在新加坡以及在中国建设的凯德地产的新建的项目当中来进行我们的这个实践应用。那在上个月，我们也是刚刚交付了在陕西省凯德建设的凯德广场的这个项目当中进行了我们的这个应用，包括了我们利用我们的这个混凝土建材生产一系列的有特色的低碳的这个建筑项目。那我们不仅是跟这个建筑以及基建的企业来进行合作，我们同时呢也广泛的跟上游的高排放的企业，包括能源、石化的企业来进行合作，来给他们提供规模化的这个脱碳的这个技术解决方案。那这个项目呢，我们是跟国内最大的燃煤企业国家能源集团来进行的合作，在陕西省警戒电厂，我们给他们提供了15万吨的二氧化碳补给的这套装置。那每一年，它可以去帮助电厂减排15万吨的二氧化碳。同时呢，我们也在建设一条1.7公里的管道，直接的把补给下的二氧化碳通过管道运输的方式到隔壁的建材企业来进行消纳和使用。那这个项目呢，也得到了中国的科技部以及国家能源集团的支持。这个项目未来会从每年的15万吨的补给的规模，放大到每年减排400万吨的二氧化碳的规模。同时呢，目前一年能够消纳2万吨的二氧化碳的进行建材的生产，未来要放大到10万吨的这个生产的水平。那这样的一个混凝土的使用，不仅在地上的建筑项目当中来进行利用，同时也会去进行矿井的充填，就是地下工程的一些这个使用。此外呢，我们也跟浙江能源集团在兰溪电厂的这个项目当中来进行了补给和利用一体化的这个建设项目。这个项目呢，建设到目前是已经建设完成。那补给规模是每年1万吨的二氧化碳，以及一年1万吨的二氧化碳的消纳这样的一个建设项目。那最终产生的这种轻质的混凝土建材，目前已经在大规模的在商业化应用以及使用。那这样的一个建材产品，目前在国内基本上是可以跟传统的混凝土建材的产品价格持平，不增加采购成本的情况下，提供给下游来进行使用。那这个就是我今天简单的这个介绍，感谢各位，谢谢 ，Thank you very much。Thank you, Dan.
Don't run away. So we're just a little bit over time, but if there's any questions, we'll take 1 or 2 questions real quick. If anyone wants to ask, yes, please tell us your name and affiliation and. I can hear you.
I also can hear you. Yeah. Yes, I will send you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can you please explain and maybe share what was your experience in the Middle East with your solutions? Do you have any plans to expand to the Central Asia and etc.? Thank you.
Yes, of course, yeah. 我们目前在中东是跟沙特阿美目前在接触。对，我们也是跟国内的一家能源企业叫华能集团，一起在给他们来提供解决方案。对，包括二氧化碳的补给以及利用，因为他们有大量的这个油气的行业的这种资源。那 这个给他们提供规模化的脱碳的技术。目前差不多我们能够做到40到50美金1吨的二氧化碳的补给成本，以及在当地你知道那边有大量的基础设施建设，对，所以我们在那边就会把二氧化碳变成建材，在当地来进行使用。对，我们当然是希望有更多的合作伙伴可以在其他的地区来进行使用这样的一项技术。对，谢谢。Thank you.
Hello, my name is William from Mongolia. 你好，
你好。Yeah, hello.
我有一个问题，可以英文可以是吧
Yes, you can speak English.
Yeah. What do you think about next 5-year plan policy for the carbon capture in Chinese and neighbor countries?
Next 5 years plan?
Yeah.
Okay. 未来5年我们觉得补给成本可以降低1半以上，然后下游的二氧化碳利用，我们觉得到5年之后，就是2030年，我们觉得在中国以及其他有条件的这个地区，未来二氧化碳会变成一个很有用的资源，能够在不同的方向来进行利用。除了我们把它变成建材之外，还可以把它变成其他的像化学燃料以及一些生物利用的一些原料。对，这是我们觉得未来5年的这个计划。如果从我们公司来说，我们目前有一些早期的投资人，包括 K2VC， 包括中国的苏州的工业园区，还有包括日本住友商事苏伊投盟，他们给我们的投资。对，我们未来5年也是希望有更多的合作伙伴，不管是 VC 还是第三方的机构，能够给我们支持，来把我们的这个商业模式在全世界更好的进行推广和应用。谢谢 ，Thank you. Last question.
您好，我是来自中银能基金的杨乐。然后有一个问题想问，就是现在碳补给的这个环节的主流技术都有哪些？然后就您觉着这几个主流技术的优劣势分别是什么？想听听您的见解，谢谢。
对，很技术的问题。对，我们现在在大量的应用以及工业示范呢，还是通过就是有机胺的化学溶液的吸收的方式。对，就是它本质上就是一个通过不同的氨的溶液的复配来实现二氧化碳的吸附和解析的这么一个过程。那这个技术目前在国际上是一个大家比较公认能够大规模推广应用的技术。目前在补给这一端，我们差不多补给的能耗能够做到2.3、2.4 G 焦每吨的水平。当然，这个未来还有下降的机会。目前来说的话，现在这个技术是不管是在国内还是在北美还是在欧洲的一些补给示范大规模的这个项目上，包括在10万吨级别的一项项目上是一个主流的技术。其他的这个集中源的补给上，还有像通过开发物理的吸附剂来进行二氧化碳的吸收以及这个释放的这么一个过程。那目前在国内应该如果没有记错的话，是在做万吨级的工业示范的阶段。还有一些新型的，比如通过膜分离的技术也在做一些创新的一些这个工业示范，大概在100吨和1000吨级别。对，当然另外还有一些就是颠覆式的技术，比如说腾讯的探寻计划来支持的这个浙江大学王涛教授团队来做的，面向于未来是颠覆式的这种技术，直接从空气里面来吸收二氧化碳的这种技术，我们也觉得未来非常有发展的潜力，因为它不受排放源的限制，而且在全世界各地 它补给的二氧化碳理论上是有同样的这个贡献量，而且在全球都能够实现同样的一个碳价的进行交易，而且它也是未来碳中和技术去作为碳价的一个标定的一个核心技术手段。对，那目前这样的一个技术方向，其实主要的难点还是在于它的成本上。对，它的目前据我了解，我们在中国在做的一些这种示范项目，它的通过空气碳捕集，未来现在的这个成本还在3000到4000块钱人民币每吨。那未来当然很有机会，比如说下降到1000人民币每吨，那它就是有非常大的这个机会。那这个技术为了现在的最大的成本，其实来自于它的耗电量非常大，所以它的发展可能未来会，以我的观察，未来会依托于有非常丰富的绿电的资源的地区来进行开展和应用。对，谢谢。
Thanks. Very interesting. Let's give a round of applause for our speaker, please. This is really sounds really promising to me, and I don't know, maybe I can buy some shares in your company. Laban, it's your turn. Sorry. So I think everyone knows Yongping Jai he'll be chairing the next session. So welcome.
So next session will be a discussion panel. Would somebody show the list of panelists, or I will read out the names. We have Senior Secretary Rahman from Bangladesh Power Division, Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources, Bangladesh. We have Mr. Chantu from DG Energy Efficiency and Promotion Department, Ministry of Energy and Mines. Also, thank you. I was reading with difficulty. From Laos, we have, now it's easier. Yeah, we have Ms. Zulpat Azieva, advisor to the CEO, Central Asia Climate Foundation Project Office, Kazakhstan. We have Mr. Zhou Ji, CEO and President of EFC. We have also two of my colleagues, Mr. Junhong Wang, Director of Central West and East Asia Team, ADB, and Ms. Sujata Gupta, Director of South Asia Team. So let's welcome our panelists to join Pat. Take your seat. No particular order. Just take a seat. Okay. Thank you very much for joining the panel. And we have a discussion about 2 rounds of discussion. We have 50 minutes, but I think with 2 rounds of discussion will be enough. If we still have time, we can have a short ending remarks from each of us. But I think essentially it's going to be 2 rounds of discussions. Round 1 is about the current situation in your area, whatever is your country, your sector, your unit. What's the current status of your work? And the second round is about the future. What do you see next 5 years? What will happen? What do you need, depending your situation, your job? So the question will vary a little bit along these lines. First, we start with Senior Secretary Rahman, Senior Secretary Power Division, Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources, Bangladesh. Myself have been in Bangladesh many times. I know that a lot of progress have been made in the country. By the time I used to travel to Bangladesh, that time I remember Bangladesh was, the energy mix was basically fossil fuels, a lot of natural gas. Most of these gas are locally produced, but sometimes insufficient. A lot of demand, supply shortage may happen. So, what is situation today? The overall power mix and supply situation in the sector. Senior Secretary Rahman, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to brief you about the power situation and also the energy transition related initiatives of Bangladesh. At the very outset, I would like to thank the Asian Development Bank for inviting us to this Asia Clean Energy Forum 2024. I would like to mention that the Bangladesh is graduating from a low-income country to the developing country by 2026. So our strategies are at this stage of development are deeply rooted in on three pillars. Firstly, the fuel diversification. Second, renewable energy integration, and also third is the climate change mitigation. We are resolute in our commitment to embrace renewable energy sources and reduce our carbon footprint by 2050 and the net zero by 2070 and beyond. I would like to hear mentioned that in 2022, Bangladesh achieved 100% electrification. So now currently we are generating some 1300 plus megawatts of our electricity from renewable sources. But this number doesn't tell everything about our activities and initiative that we have so far undertook. At the outset, we concentrated our efforts on building the infrastructure, physical infrastructure and also legal infrastructure, that will pave the way for our transition to the clean and renewable energy. The physical infrastructure that we have built so far is the establishment of SEDA, Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority. We establish a renewable energy wing at our ministry, and we establish a renewable energy cell in all our organizations. The legal infrastructure includes the integrated energy and power master plan, the Mujib climate prosperity plan, solar energy roadmap, roadmap to scale up solar irrigation, renewable energy roadmap, and also revision of renewable energy policy. By 2041, we plan to install 30 gigawatts of renewable energy capacities. Now we are processing more than 100 renewable energy projects, which will add more than 10,000 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. We are processing also 8 the wind energy related projects, which will, if successfully implemented, has the potential of generating 800 megawatts of the energy. Recently, with the assistance of Asian Development Bank, I mentioned yesterday also, we are preparing So the solar, we already approved solar irrigation roadmap 2023 to 2031, and after preparation of the master roadmap, we are now preparing implementation plan. If we can implement this the solar irrigation master plan, that will help us to replace about 45,000 diesel-driven diesel-driven pumps, to solar irrigation pump, and it will help us actually to displace 300,000 tons of diesel use annually, and it will help us to avoid 900,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emission every year. So according there will be another more than 1 million diesel-driven irrigation pumps. So I think with the help of the Asian Development Bank and other development partners and private sectors, we will gradually take initiative to replace those by the solar irrigation pumps. Bangladesh also is committed to the regional renewable energy initiatives. We, according to our master plan, we are planning to import 10,000 megawatts of electricity, renewable energy from our neighboring countries, namely India, Nepal, and Bhutan. As a gateway of South Asia and Southeast Asia, Bangladesh is also participating in regional international efforts to promote regional energy. So, in conclusion to my answer to the first question, I express my utmost confidence in the collective efforts to promote renewable energy collaboration and knowledge sharing for accelerating the energy transition and forge a prosperous, equitable, and renewable energy future for generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senior Secretary Rahman. Very kind of you mentioning ADB's support. I myself was involved in some of these projects. Remember still the solar irrigation project we started, during my time, we started, processing this project. One thing I'm very actually excited to hear is the regional cooperation is part of your answer to address your country's the future plan, because not all countries have all the resources available. We'll come to Laos because Laos will have hydro resources to support neighboring countries. But just a quick follow-up to Secretary Rahman's question, very short one. ADB can play a small role, but essentially, how much is a private sector in delivering what you have mentioned, and even in future, what's the private sector role in getting more renewable energy in place?
Thank you. I think if we can build the infrastructure, set the right kind of examples, that actually the diesel-driven irrigation pumps and also renewable energy projects can be taken successfully and can be implemented successfully, we believe that the private sectors will be interested to invest in those projects. Here I would like to mention that so far the projects I mentioned, more than 100 projects, more than 80% of those projects are private sector projects. So our policy is that government will work as a facilitator. Will create the right kind of environment for the private sector. Will provide all kind of support and assistance, and it is the private sector who will then take up the projects and implement it, of course, with our support and assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senior Secretary. Very encouraging. It's the role of private sector. As I said, that now I would like to ask our colleague, friend from Laos, Mr. Chanto Milatampam, Director General, Energy Efficiency and Promotion Department, Ministry of Energy and Mines, Laos. Since you are working in energy efficiency side, I would not actually go to supply side too much. I would say, what's the overall demand supply situation right now in Laos? Whether we have a right balance to support the country's economic growth, and of course, allowing also export of supporting other countries. And what's the role of energy efficient? Your job in your office, what's the role and efforts, policies in place to support what is meant by energy efficiency? That's the question to DG Chanto, please.
Thank you. Actually, for our PDRs, as you know, the Laos, we are mostly the energy resources actually for the energy power that we are mostly from the renewable energy sources. Currently the energy mix in the system we have to pass one for the export project and also for domestic project, that for the domestic supply. For the domestic project that we also around 98% uses renewable energies. Just only 2% that we are partly supplied by the from the coal-fired power plant, actually for the self-consumption in the sandpaper factories and or cement factory. That we use that cement factories not for the self-consumption, but mostly that we use the the hydropower and from solar and as well as the biomass for energies. But for the domestic consumption, we are facing out that during dry season because of the climate change, because of most of the project for the domestic supply, that most of them is like a lot of river scheme. We have facing out during the dry season for the domestic demands. So actually the government, we have already from utility sides that we have some power exchange with neighboring country, be it the ICAT or be it China, so even with Vietnam, or that we actually mostly the with ICAT that during rainy season we can generate that we export to the ICAT system. Then the dry season we also import back from the ICAT system to balancing that energy system with the country. But mostly for the export project, I think we around 80% that from the hydropowers and 20% from the coal-fired power plant that we export to Thailand and Vietnam. Currently, we also export to Cambodia and Myanmar. We are planning for the power exchange or re-export to power to China. Actually, we develop some renewable energy project in the northern parts of Laos, sent back to the Yunnan province. I think planning to around 1 gigawatt that we from solar and wind to export to that area. And so also we are currently implemented 600 megawatt wind farm, mostly in the southern parts for export to Vietnam. I think they allow us one of good opportunity for the energies balancing or energies, like to minimizing, in terms of the generation investment with neighboring countries. As well as for what we are in terms of energy efficiency in the what we are our department or what government, we have already set up the around 10% of energy saving in the country, mostly in the industrial sectors and public buildings. So that I think this energy efficiency program that we see how they can be, this program can be help the government to solve the short-term period that how can we promote like the private sector can develop some rooftop solar or even for the self-consumption actually for industrial sector that we are planning to like it could be like a direct PPA between the power producer and industrial players that we are planning to do that, because in terms of the dry season power deficit, that we have to how to make use of the national resources what we have. I think that the one of our target, as well as the government also the promoting the EV within country to minimizing the fuel import from neighboring country, because we are one of the net imported fuel from neighboring country. We are set up like 30% of the EV can be used by the next 10 years, like 2030s, and hopefully by the next, we have vision that around it can be net zero emission in transportation sector by year 2050. We are planning in the country. This is our vision and our planning for next. At the same time, also how can we to meet nationally, the national contribution for the to net zero emission. The government have already set up the target by the year 2050 that Laos can be like a net zero emission country. That we are also the energy sector now we are formulating national master plans for the net zero emission for energy sectors. Hopefully this we can implement it. Actually, in the power development plan, we already put in mostly mainly from the hydropowers and wind, other source like a wind and solar to be connected to grid. For in terms of the firm power uses that we can do like the power exchange with the neighboring country that who have the firm powers that even the solar ES grid forming system can be used for the country. I think. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, for this description of Laos' situation in Laos. Very encouraging. Also, a quick follow-up question on the. You mentioned the PDP for power development plan. That's mostly on the supply side. How much you supply to the system? But do you have a plan also on the demand side, efficiency side?
Yeah, actually, currently for the domestic project, we have almost 4,000 megawatts for the domestic supply. But the power demand within the country, actually, they're just only 2,000 megawatt. Actually, around this year, 2,100 megawatt. This is the big peak demand within the country. So that's why we are do the planning for the dry season or rainy season power generation that we can export to neighboring country from the ideal system from the.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. Now, third in my list, we go to Ms. Zulpa Dazieva, advisor to the CEO, Central Asia Climate Foundation Project Officer, Kazakhstan. I've been also in Kazakhstan. I know that a lot of oil resources also, and also wind power also being developed. So I would like to know what's your view assessment of energy transition and climate action in Kazakhstan. What's the situation, current situation? And also mention what you are doing in your job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's actually, I'm really grateful to have an opportunity to be here. And I want to say thanks for all the session today conducted for the deep dive workshop from the low carbon Odyssey. I think that everyone can say that it is really impressive and becoming really inspiring for us. So at the moment in Kazakhstan, we implemented the carbon neutrality strategy 2060, where we have just transition and energy transition programs. There are 6 main areas where we need to focus. We have waste management, energy management, transportation, manufacturing, and etc. So buildings and so on. So in terms of energy, we also have our NDCs, and we are going to renew them in the end of the year and submit to the agency, I think, in November for revision. So what I can say, at the moment, only 4% almost 5% of energy is produced by the renewables. So, and we aim to increase it to 15%. And in order to do so, we need to make sure that we replace all the production, not all the production, the production gradually, fairly, socially, responsibly, in terms of coal production, gas, and etc. So coal-fired power plants. In order to do so, we work tightly with the ADB, and I'm so grateful to the entire team for this support. And it's been assessment, pre-feasibility assessment done by the team of ADB, and it's expected that in order to, how to say, in order to accomplish this target, we will need, because see, in Kazakhstan, we have the issue that, and also was discussed in the previous session by the representative from China, we have a problem with the heating. So we need our coal at the moment to ensure that people will not get frozen during the winter. And our temperatures are extreme. I think only colleagues from Mongolia can say like we are in the same temperature area. We can reach -40 if it is the season. So although we are already working on projects and programs with the international institutions, how we will phase out like certain coal mining and coal-firing power plants with a responsibility, making sure that the society will not suffer from that. So expected funding required for the just transition is something about $80 billion till the 2040 we will need, because the volumes are huge and the territory is big. So what I can say, our foundation as a project office was established only this year, in the beginning of the year, by the initiative of the President of Republic of Kazakhstan, and he announced it last year on the UN Assembly 78, and during the COP29, he actually expressed that he is expecting and suggesting that we will establish the just energy transition partnerships in Kazakhstan, and we are working towards this project. Our role is actually being one-stop shop for anyone in Kazakhstan and in actually Central Asia. As you said previously, regional solution development will actually create real impact. Otherwise, it will be like very short-term and not sustainable solution. So we collaborate and get into the partnership with other countries in Central Asia. And we develop regional programs how we will accomplish our energy transition from different points of view. So, and also our role is policy support. Another role is research and innovation. We will implement scientifically proven innovation, technology, knowledge-based frameworks and approaches. And also we can provide, I would say like it's gonna be a very long list, but we have a mandate and now the vision and strategy to facilitate, speed up the green energy development. There is a issue that in green energy, green economy, the huge parts are startups, technology startups. So because they're trying to develop some solutions, like for example, Zhao Chao, just now recently, he was presenting a beautiful example how you can apply the knowledge, finding a solution through innovation, right? So we also want to do something like this in Kazakhstan, which will create economic impact, and we will help our small and medium enterprises to get on board to the green economy and climate change, which will build subsequently a trust and support from the society. So this is our huge role. So I'm actually inviting everyone for collaboration and partnership.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hazieva. Also, a quick question, follow-up. 5% of renewable energy, they are wind or solar, or what kind of renewable energy in your mix?
So it's a mixture of wind, but mainly it's solar. But I will not give you the exact numbers. And the idea is that we will be able to build more, and it's already being done like by our enterprises with the support of ADB, building them. And we, like during this week, seeing other presentations, we see the marine energy, the offshore wind energy, and solar energy, other opportunities, how we can establish in our country.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we move to my next right, Professor Zhou Ji, CEO and President, Energy Foundation China. We know Professor Zhou in a lot of your work, your organization's work in China. Now you are in ADB. What's your strategy outside China? What's your plan, current work outside China? We know you fairly, your activities in China, but outside China, happy to see you at ADB.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jai. In fact, maybe around 5 to 6 years ago, Energy Foundation China, we developed our strategy to enhance the components to work outside China. But from Chinese side, we see BRI, I mean Belt and Road Initiative, especially targeting at the developing country, and especially with the guideline to green BRI, I mean to ensure BRI is environmentally sustainable. And from international, international domain, we also see different initiative there, including JETP, I mean Just Energy Transition Initiative, and also many developing countries, their own country initiative. And we started that work together with first two or three international organizations, including ADB, and also ISCAP, UNISCAP, and the Asian Center for Energy for ASEAN member countries, and together with IEA, International Energy Agency. And so the fundamental consideration is we saw two justification for us to extend our work to overseas area. Number one, we saw many developing countries, they are working, they are in an area very similar to the situation 20 years ago in China. I mean, vast investment in infrastructure, grid, highway, railway, and the power plants, etc., etc. And this is why, and we believe we see, or maybe Chinese experience and lesson learned can be shared with those countries to avoid some mistakes or to take the advantage of some experience. So this is one reason. And another one is we also saw very close tie between China and those countries in terms of investment, in terms of trade, in terms of personnel exchange, technology transfer, etc., etc. And we also recognize President Xi Jinping announced China will stop overseas investment in coal, especially in coal power plants. And then our thinking is, with that decision, what about the following up? I mean, if we will not invest in coal, but anyway, developing countries, especially Asian countries, they need increasing demand. They need to meet increasing demand for power, and how to fill in that gap. But by the way, we also saw a very rapid development of renewable, I mean solar and wind power in China and outside China. And we believe, this is the final ultimate solution. And then we see, let's go to those countries to see how we share the experience and lesson learned, and then we can reach a global goal. I mean, on one hand, to reduce carbon emission, but in the meanwhile, to maintain the growth rate to achieve prosperity. So this is what we consider, and we
Thank
do.
you. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Zhou. Also a quick question. You're providing kind of technical assistance type of, in ADB's jargon is technical assistance. Similar to that, or you are also doing hard infrastructure support? What kind of?
Yeah, so in fact, the collaboration with ADB started from work within China.
Okay.
So for example, for Ningbo project, and also for some potential project in Shanxi, so we see some opportunity there. I mean, from philanthropy, private sector philanthropy perspective, or we can make some to do ground-based technical assistance. And in that way, we leverage larger size of investment from ADB and also from Chinese local government for energy efficiency, especially, for example, cooling efficiency, and also other industrial transition, as well as renewable. And in the past years, we also work together to support some offshore wind power in Southeastern Asia. So, and then we see, we have a lot to do, and we are underway to work with ADB colleagues. So afterwards, we will sign an MOU with ADB, and then to see if we can work more together to provide for ground-based TA for some potential investment opportunities. And especially tomorrow, we will discuss with ADB and the Bangladesh colleagues on the potential TA there, especially for energy infrastructure.
Very good.
Investment.
Good example. Thank you, Professor Zhou. Now I come to my colleagues. I have left the bank 3 years ago, so question simple: what's new in Central and West Asia with Junho first, and then Sujata next? What's new? And do you have some problems or some good news to share with us? Challenges. 3 years. Since 3 years, what's new here? In your work, what kind of strategy focus now in your work?
Okay, thank you. So I think as all of you know, ADB's energy operation is guided by energy policy, and we are supporting countries to make a transition, low carbon transition in the Asia and Pacific. So our support has been focusing on all our member countries have signed up for NDC with a very aggressive target for expanding renewable energy and the mitigation action. So our primary focus is to support them having an integrated plan, how to meet their aggressive target of renewable energy expansion, how to modernize their grid system and digitalize the system to manage the technical challenges. This is an ongoing process, so we continue to face the challenges and we continue to address those. So I want to highlight maybe 3 challenges. The number 1 challenge is how we can accelerate those energy transition. Expanding the renewable to 30-40% of the existing capacity requires a tremendous financing and tremendous technology. And it cannot be met by the sovereign financing only. So many of panel members mentioned that we working with the government to create the enablement environment to private sector mobilization, which can bring financing, innovation, technology, and then the efficiency to help the accelerating the energy transition. Number 2, with so much financing needed in the near future, how we can make the clean energy equitable and affordable to the public. So we are working with again with the government to make a better tariff methodology, better target the protection, social protection for those that are vulnerable. And at the same time, we are also providing the associate infrastructure, such as a smart grid, metering system, so that the block tariff or different mechanism can be applied to make the energy more affordable. Lastly, many countries face the same challenges, technical challenges, regulatory challenges. So how ADB can make a value addition for those countries facing the same challenges, particularly in the region. The panel member from Kazakhstan mentioned that heating is a challenge commonly faced in all the countries in the Central West Asia, which has a room for huge room for decarbonization. So in ADB, we have a regional cooperation initiative called the CAREC, Central Asia Regional Economic Program, which we use a platform to have the member country share their challenges, ADB providing the knowledge sharing, and then sharing the new information on the new technology, innovative ideas. So we will continue to use this platform to support our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Junho. Next to Sujata, I'm sure what he said, 99% is applicable also to South Asia. But what's particular in South Asia?
Thank you, Yongping, and very good to see you again. Being the last speaker on the panel, almost 99% of what I needed to say has been said. However, thank you for inviting us here. So South Asia is 6 countries in ADB, essentially Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And as has been said, we are supporting these countries in achieving their immediate energy requirements and also meeting their nationally determined contributions, as well as the long-term goal of, I was told time is up.
I worry about it. I take care of that. You go.
So, and the long-term goal of net zero. So one approach, I wouldn't say it's exactly new, but it's evolved over the last 3 to 5 years, is though there are viable renewable energy projects like ground-mounted solar PV, we don't use our sovereign financing, but we leave it to the commercial or the private sector to finance this. So ADB has a private sector operations department, and they are financing this. Unless there is some, barrier to implementing that project, and it's not the normal commercially viable project. Then, as was mentioned, we are looking at, from the sovereign side, how to strengthen the infrastructure for evacuation of the green energy, the clean energy that is produced or generated by the private sector. And we are also looking at the distribution side. So automation of the distribution side, looking at information technology and operative technologies to, so some recent examples are we've done a distribution sector project in Sikkim and in Bangladesh with the Dhaka distribution company. Then an area in the renewable energy space which needs some concessional resources and intervention is when we are looking at decentralized distributed renewable energy and bringing them to scale. So here we are using the financial intermediation loan, for example, in India to support solar rooftops. We've done similar projects in Sri Lanka. Then technologies that are viable but still very new for our countries, so like battery storage, and or don't have systems, so ancillary markets are not there. So supporting such technologies, again, in the storage space, of course, initially everyone was talking about battery storage, but we are also looking at other storage options like pumped hydro storage. And again, very important that there is policies are required, enabling environment is required. So we also do a lot of policy-based lending. And a recent example was in India where we did a PBL, as we call it, a policy-based loan to support the development of renewable energy markets. And we're doing one this year in Sri Lanka, which is to restructure the the electricity sector and to increase the participation of the private sector subsequently. Very important is to look at the cross-cutting nature of energy. So energy is on the supply side, but as you asked on the efficiency side, energy is used in agriculture, it's used in all sectors. So we are looking at, and Senior Secretary also mentioned, we worked in Bangladesh to look at irrigation and how renewable energy could be used instead of fossil-based energy. We are also looking at transport sector, so EV and electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging systems. As also going forward, we've initiated work in the industrial sector, looking at hard to abate, where it's very difficult. So using, for example, looking at the iron and steel sector. An important aspect in our view is capacity development. So when you introduce new technologies or new business models, the receiving country should have the capacity to actually operate and sustain those new technologies. So we focus substantially in our loans as well on capacity development. And last but not least, the region has very diverse countries. So on the one hand, you have a small country like Maldives, and then you have India, which has a very large demand. We have a totally renewable electricity sector in Bhutan, and then you have fossil-intensive India, Bangladesh electricity system. So there is a lot of complementarity between the countries in the region. And for us, a strong focus is on regional cooperation and integration. So we are looking at an interconnection between Sri Lanka and India, looking at importing hydro energy from Bhutan, Nepal into Bangladesh and India, and also looking at exporting maybe surplus energy from India, renewable energy from India to Bangladesh. Let me stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujata, for this very elaborate, comprehensive answer. Now we are running out of time, and this alarm has been here. I'm very worried. But I need five more minutes, and I simplify the second round by ask our three member countries one simple question. You have 1,000 things in your mind, but if there's one thing you would like to ask ADB support or EFC support from funders, if there's one particular subject you'd like to get support, tell us that particular one, just one, top on the list. And from a funder side, the ADB or EFC, how do you respond to that request? And if you have a better idea to tell them, no, that is no good. I have something to suggest to you. Quickly, short 5 minutes, we finish the whole round. Maybe Senior Secretary Rahman first. What the top you would like to get from ADB?
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief because time is very short. So yesterday I mentioned that we are now trying to assessing our offshore energy potentials. So the initial assessment suggests that 7 to 10 megawatts of offshore energy can be harnessed. So this is probably we are now conducting a feasibility study with the help of a Danish organization. So, and according to the plan, after the feasibility study, we also plan to generate 500 megawatts of offshore energy with the help of that Danish organization. But as I mentioned, that potential is used up to 10 megawatts, 10 gigawatts of solar wind power. So I think this is one area the Bangladesh is very keen to actually explore, to develop. So if Asian Development Bank, like in the past, in all our power and energy sector development, Asian Development Bank has been a very trusted and reliable partner. So we would like to see that in that endeavor, Asian Development Bank will come
among
forward
others,
and
offshore wind, offshore
Yes.
energy.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Secretary Rahman. Now, DG Shanto, what your top priority you would like to get support?
Yes, actually, currently we are under discussion with ADB for the 4 pillars area that we want to get the support from ADB. First is for the setting up like national regulators. National regulators. Okay. To that, including the clean energy regulator, that we want to create some local and regional market for renewable energy certificate for that. Second area that we want to see there's some assessment on how ADB can assist actually for the utilities to develop some feasibility study or in terms of renewable energy like wind and solar for the domestic supply within the country. And third area that we also discussion about the energy efficiency program in industrial sectors that we are under discussion with them. The last one that we also under discussion with them for the power sector reform within the countries. Yeah.
So I ask you one, you give 4. Okay, fine, that's good. Regulator assessment, energy efficiency, and what was the last one?
Power sector reform.
Power sector reform. That one particular is a huge task. Power sector reform. Yes, we'll come back to that. And now, Ms. Azieva, if you have something like a top in your mind for support.
Thank you so much. When you ask, then we will suggest something. So recently with the ADB and with the CAREC and with the ADBI, we started discussing the Central Asia Climate Change Knowledge Hub, where we could, it was just a concept, as an idea. And we started discussing how we could ask, for example, this is a concept we are talking. So we started discussing how we could bring and arrange the piloting new advanced technologies and knowledge transfer for the heating sector, for energy efficiency on demand side, emission trading system development and linking with China and with the EU ETS systems and regional market development for the renewables and export of green energy to China and EU in the future when we will grow our own production. That would also help. So this is what we are discussing now, and if we get support, that would be great.
Thank you so much. Our colleagues are taking notes, so you have the full version of that request. Now back to our colleagues and Professor Zhou Ji last, and now Junho first.
Thank you. One thing that I want to explore with the Energy Foundation China is to tap their knowledge and collaborate with them to share the experience and knowledge across our member countries.
Okay, thank you, John. Sujata, please.
So short answer to the countries is yes. Yeah. we are aligned in what like Bangladesh offshore wind and allow the policy sector, the energy sector reforms can be addressed. What Junho said from Energy Foundation, the knowledge, I would want their money.
You want the money?
The technical assistance from Energy Foundation so that we can use it to help meet the requirements of our countries.
So eventually all questions come to Professor Zhou Ji. Okay, so you conclude.
I'm not sure if I can conclude, but I do want to give some response, feedback. So thank you so much for reading those very, very important issues. So essentially, I try to emphasize our overlap. So one is renewable system. So it sounds to me this is a very promising area we work together. Not only drawing on experience from China, but certainly China had a lot to share, but also from other part of the world, how to develop the renewable. But I would emphasize a renewable is a system, is a package. It's not only the matter of solar panel, the matter of wind power, but also the grid, and also energy storage, and also demand side. So it sounds we should think renewable as a whole system and work together. And in that way, we can make that accelerated and also work shortly. This is my first response. Okay, I'm sure we can try to work together with ADB colleagues and maybe other stakeholders to make that happen. The second thing is efficiency. Some colleagues also mentioned industrial sectors. We do have something to share with colleagues from developing countries, especially for most of the countries, they are located in tropical areas and especially cooling in the past years. So we have our leader, Han Wei. Han Wei is there. So you can contact with her. By the way, she is also our coordinator for the collaboration with ADB.
Very good.
And also our expert on cooling efficiency. So this is a very, very important area. I mean, cross-cutting area. And finally, finance. So our logic is we try to, number one, we set up the target, national target. And number two, we try to identify the pathway to achieve target, including efficiency, energy conservation, power decarbonization, the electrification of end user, etc., and the non-CO2 or negative emission. We have a lot of pathway, and given those pathway, we try to link technology, business, investment, and finance, and finally, enabling environment, including policy, environment, including capacity building to make those happen. So we are very much looking forward to working with ADB colleagues and member country colleagues to see how we make the collaborative opportunity become the truth. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zhou Ji. I wouldn't say anything more than what you said beautifully. I two statements. First one is my apologies for 28 minutes minus initial delay by previous session. For that, we apologize, but I think we take a good time discussing real issues. That's be great contribution to the forum. So with that, I would like to invite audience to join me, give a round of applause to our panelists.
Hello, attention please. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for staying this late to attend our last sessions. Taking advantage of this deep dive workshop, ADB and Energy Foundation China is going to sign 2 MOUs. The first MOU, a corporate level agreement, will establish an overarching collaboration framework of the 2 organizations. The collaboration between ADB and Energy Foundation China will strengthen our efforts to promote the global clean energy transition, address climate change, and accelerate the low carbon transformation of the society and the economy. This MOU, corporate level MOU, will be signed by Mr. Ehsan Khan, Director General of East Asia Department of ADB, and Professor Zhou Ji, CEO and President of Energy Foundation China. Now I would like to invite Mr. Khan and Professor Zhou Ji to the podium. We also have 3 witnesses from each organization to witness the signing. From ADB's side, Executive Director Liu Weihua, Safda Pavitz, Country Director from PRC Resident Mission, Mr. Junhong Huang, Director of East, Central, and West Asia Energy Sector Office. Please come to the podium. The second MOU is a project level agreement on the proposed Ningbo Urban Green and Low Carbon Development Project, which is expected to be approved on 27th of June, like within 3 weeks from today. Energy Foundation China is going to provide grants to support Ningbo project in developing low carbon policies for both national and provincial governments, and also preparing and disclosing the first ESG report of a city commercial bank in the PRC, following the newly issued international standard by International Sustainability Standards Board. And Energy Foundation China will also be supporting the creation of low carbon carbon finance and low carbon strategies for the commercial banks in Ningbo, and to help strengthen the institutional capacity and knowledge sharing. So this MOU will be signed by Mr. Junhong Huang, Director of Energy Sector Office, and also Professor Zhou Ji from the Energy Foundation China. The witnesses will be Executive Director Liu Weihua and myself, Yun Zhou, as the project team leader. From Energy Foundation side, Ms. Han Wei again and Ms. Du Xuan. Please come to the podium. Sorry, I missed Ningbo. Also, we have witnesses from Ningbo. Mr. Wang Xiao, Director General from Ningbo Finance Bureau, and also Mr. Xu Wenping, Director General of Ningbo Development Reform Commission. Please come to the podium.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to give special thanks to two ladies from Energy Foundation China, Ms. Han Wei and Ms. Xing Yunfei, for all their support during the preparation of the two MOUs. Thank you. And also, I would like to give a special thank to Irvin. Where's Irwin? Irwin, my colleague from Strategy, Policy and Partnerships Department, and also colleagues who are not here from Office of General Counsel and Office of Anti-Corruption Integrity for their support in reviewing the MOUs and also getting ADB's internal clearance. Thank you very much. So please join me in wishing the cooperation among the between the two organizations a great success. Okay, so we've had a long but fruitful day. Now I would like to invite Executive Director Liu Weihua to deliver the closing remark. Please, Mr. Liu.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we conclude this enlightening workshop, Low Carbon Odyssey, the People's Republic of China's story, I, as the ED for China in ADB, very honored to deliver the closing remarks. This has been a remarkable session, and I would like to extend my appreciation to the Asia Development Bank and the Energy Foundation China for organizing this important event as part of the Asia Clean Energy Forum 2024. Today's discussion have been both inspiring and instructive. As we can see from the speeches delivered today, PRC's journey towards a low-carbon future has been marked by significant milestones. During the past decades, ADB has delved deeply into the various facets of PRC's low-carbon energy transition, covering critical areas such as policy, finance, and technology. In recent years, with the continuous support from ADB and other partners, PRC has made notable progress in developing clean energy, including solar power, wind power, etc. As the International Energy Agency report Renewable 2023 pointed out rightly, PRC's installed solar PV capacity last year is equal to the global total of 2022. And the PRC's installed wind power capacity soared by 66% year-on-year, registering a remarkable growth rate. The IEA report also mentioned that by 2028, nearly 60% of the world's electricity from renewable energy will be generated in PRC. While pursuing its own clean and low-carbon development, PRC has made an active contribution to the global energy transition and response to climate change. The insights shared today not only highlight the progress we have made, but also underscores the collective efforts required to accelerate the clean energy transition across Asia and the Pacific region. The stories and the successes shared today reflect the strong partnership between PRC and ADB. Projects ranging from renewable energy generation, energy efficiency improvements, to cross-sectoral low-carbon transition and policy development have demonstrated the impact of our collaborative efforts. These initiatives have not only enhanced PRC's energy landscape, but also have provided valuable lessons for other developing countries striving to embark on similar low-carbon paths. The theme of this year's Asia Clean Energy Forum, accelerating the clean energy transition and ensuring energy security and affordability, calls for urgent action. Going forward, PRC will continue to uphold the vision of seeking harmony between humanity and nature, take solid steps to advance the energy transition, and make a greater contribution to the global response to climate change. During this endeavor, PRC looks forward to strengthening the mutual beneficial cooperation with international community, and sincerely hope ADB, as Climate Bank and a Development Bank, to continuously facilitate PRC's clean energy transition via strong financial, technical, and policy support. Meanwhile, we encourage ADB as a knowledge bank to play even bigger role on knowledge cooperation in the upcoming years, particularly to further enhance knowledge sharing between PRC and the other DMCs, to help these countries accelerate their transitions, ensuring that energy security and affordability go hand in hand with sustainability. In closing, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all the speakers, panelists, and the participants for your valuable contributions. Your insights and experiences have enriched our understanding and provided a solid foundation for future actions. Let us take the lessons from today's workshop and turn them into tangible actions. By working together, we can build a sustainable and resilient future for all. The journey ahead may be challenging, but with our shared commitment and collective efforts, I'm confident that we can achieve our goals. Thank you once again for your participation and dedication. Let us continue to forge ahead with determination and hope, ensuring a clearer, greener, and more sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you. Thank you so much.